System malfunction. Welcome to the future.
Good evening, everybody. Man, I feel like I've been gone forever and I've only been off for one night. Holy shit. A lot of great conversations the last couple days. Woo. Very interesting stuff. What's up, everybody? Damn, only had one night off. I feel like I've been gone forever. Thank you for the sub, Natasha. Thank you for the sub, The Cravener. Thank you for the sub, Hazel Luzel. What's up, Skittles? The first. Ooh. Gonna get on one of them streaks again, huh? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Chonk Baby, what's up? I didn't know if I was gonna be able to get on tonight. Power issues again. Even at work. What's up, P Fox? I'm either super early or super late. Oh, you're welcome. I appreciate you, Skittles. Let me see. As I do everybody, but Skittles does a lot of work that, obviously won't get noticed because it's behind the scenes, but I just want to say thank you, Skittles. I appreciate that. Please hit the like if you haven't. It's that free way. Oh, man. This fire smoke. I'm telling you, it's like kicking everything in overdrive. I don't know if anybody else is having issues, but dang. It ain't even that bad. What's up, Shine Like a Diamond? Yeah, I don't know if anybody else is, but woo. What's up, Canadian True Crime Buff? Mandy Joe, thank you. Tammy Faye, what's up? Quartz, what's up? Bianca, thank you for hopping in from Australia. What's up? It's getting to be wintertime there in Australia, right? Oh, thank you so much, Mandy Joe. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you, Quartz. I appreciate that too, because I do, we've already. Why does it take so long? We're just getting ready for the cruise. We're just getting ready. You're welcome, Shine. Sunny Days, what's up? Kib Kitty. Party of 5. How's your evening? The Richard, love and aloha, everyone. Great to be here. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yes, the intro, Grizz, my man. He actually just put out a couple different videos today. Definitely go sub to him. He's awesome. And, he's able to do that stuff for other creators too. Great intros, I'm telling you. I still have to get some clips together to give him for my sports show intro. Man, excuse me 1 second. I gotta blow my nose. All right, there we go. Woo! Telling you, that smoke out there. Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. The Wanda Life, what's up? I just try and treat others like I'd want to be treated myself. But I also ain't about being pushed around either. What's up, Danny Day Dreamin'? I like that name. Thanks for hopping in. Because I'm all about respect. Because I always give everybody 150. It's about what I get in return that determines what the hell takes place after that. What's up, Brandy Wine and True Crime? Howdy, howdy. Yeah, great shows the last couple days. Holy shit. Missed out today too. I wasn't even the power went out at work, so I wasn't even able to really hear all the conversations except, in and out. Um Crazy. Good stuff. Great panel too. What a panel today. What's up, curious chick? Sarah Bear, what's up? Oh wow, the Wanda Life. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Um Really, I appreciate you. You all, like I said in shows prior, like, one of the reasons I came up with this show was because I was dealing with a mixture of, being locked down from COVID for a couple years, not having any interaction with the outside world other than work, because if I got sick from outside of work, then I didn't get paid. And minimum you had to be out was 2 weeks. So it was like, sorry, can't hang out with you. I don't think going out for an evening is worth losing 2, 3, 4 weeks of pay. Could be more, because sometimes people were testing positive for 2 or 3 months. So I literally had to lock myself down, like the outside world, and wasn't able to see family, wasn't able to nothing for over 2 years, and it totally put me in a fucking depression, bad depression. And then one of the reasons I decided to just try and make a show was because I was like, man, I gotta have, when I come home, it can't just be YouTube, watching YouTube shows and talking on the damn telephone. Like, I need to have some kind of different interaction. Like, I got to. It was one of those, it was like that road where you like, fuck, I gotta go this way. And that's one of the reasons why I created the show. So I thank you and everybody else for being a member, being a sub, being a part of the community that we have here, because really one of the reasons why I work so hard for this show is because I want people, and the reason why I'm so strong about the peace, positivity, and progress is because I want somebody else to be able to come into this show if they're in the same situation, and the show do for them what the show has done for me, because it's totally transformed my soul from being so dark and depressed and destructive and just, and then it's totally transformed my soul where there's excitement and enjoyment and passion and just a goal, just all these different things, drive, energy. And so thank you, because when you guys thank me, I don't mean it as some bullshit. When I'm saying thank you back, I truly fucking mean it. And that's why, because of what you guys have helped me through. And so I'm all about trying to make sure that it's that same kind of atmosphere, so that way when somebody feels the same and they come in, it can transform their soul too, from a negative to a positive, and just that whole approach to life and the beauty of it. So thank you, everybody. Sorry for that little rant there. Crazy. Where's all the, like, this is crazy. I remember like weeks ago where it was like New York and the West Coast, and it's like, whoa, what the heck? Crazy. What's up, P Fox? The good old, well, I'm right on the border. Indian Ohio. I love claiming my Ohio. Thank you for the sub, Aerial Coats. The fire smoke. Yeah, man, my nose. Ooh. What's up, Devil Doll? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Sorry for that rant, and I know I'm late to my chats. Evie, what's up? Don't Dive, how you doing? Say what's up to everybody. Tech Death, can't wait to get connected with you, bro. Sorry about all the schedule stuff. Schedule's not lining up, but we'll get it figured out here for sure. Because I can't wait to promote some of your music on the show. Lucas Boyd, what's up? Yeah, we'll be having some tech death hippie music coming up soon for the show. Oh, I lost my place. Where'd it go? There it is. Canadian Cat Lady, what's up? Michigan, what's up? I like the new picture. Nice. Elbow, what's up? I got to show something from Elbow. She did something really cool. I can't wait to show you guys. Oh my gosh, when I saw it, I was like, holy shit. This is so badass. I'm going to show you guys first before we get into anything, because it's part of the intro and hellos. Oh gosh. Hey, that's why I turned my screen off and I muted it. I wouldn't let you guys want, you know what I mean? You never know. Some people have weak stomachs, you know. Don't want that happen. Nice. Oh yeah, I got. There's a couple things I'm gonna send to you here soon, Tech Death, and then I'm gonna like 3 different. And you can just kind of, you know. So we'll get there. What's up, Annie? What'd you guys think about I know everybody's been talking about it, but I remember when we first watched the court hearing, it was like, whoa. But I know the audio was shitty a couple days ago, but we were able to watch it. What's up, Sergeant? We were able to watch it, so that was cool. DMC, what's going on? Josie, what's up? And, oh, thank you, Paula. I appreciate that. Joanna Siege, what's up? Yes, Joanna, are you and Cara getting together? We're gonna Saturday night. No. I'm sorry. Saturday night UK time, Saturday afternoon US time. We're gonna be doing a members only with those 2 ladies. I can't wait. It's gonna be so cool. Sherry Allen, what's up? Thank you. Peace, love, and harmony. That's right. Yeah, we're going to be doing a members only Saturday afternoon. Moni69, what's up? Got to fly to the beach. Nice. What's up, Rottweiler? Yeah, well, Saturday afternoon. And you're a member, so definitely come by the members only Saturday afternoon. Thank you for the sub, Deborah. Protected. Love those glasses. T2014. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you, Skittles. Bree Hubs. What's up? What's up? Okay. Yeah. I sent you the email, so if you guys want to figure out a time, you guys figure out a time. I'll schedule it around whatever time you guys want. If it's Saturday afternoon, Saturday at noon my time, Saturday at 3 afternoon my time, whatever. It's whatever you guys want, or if you want to do like, it's up to you. You two just let me know, and I will base my schedule on what you two have available. I can't wait to have you two back on the show at the same time. That was a great show. And we're going to be who is it again we're going to be talking about, Joanna? I wrote it down, but I can't. Charles Bronson. Is that who it was? I don't see I can't find my notes from that show. Charles Bronson, I think, is who we're going to be talking about. I believe. Sterling Blue, what's up? Crime on a Dime, how are you doing this evening? Yeah, whatever, yeah, just let me know. And then I'll put up a notification for it. So if you guys are able to let me know like by like tomorrow afternoon or something, and then I'll put up a notification for it. I think it'll be cool though. It's going to be exciting having you two on at the same time again. Loved having you on together the other night. It was a great panel. Appreciate it. All right. So there's one thing I want to show you guys real quick. This is from Elbow. It was funny. No, from this right here. I'm going to leave that up there while I show you guys. Just wait. All right. So last night, I was kind of like working on a couple things. I had some meetings and stuff last night. I was working on a couple things, and all of a sudden, this dropped in my freaking Discord messenger, right? And I was like, are you fucking serious? This is crazy. Check this shit out, y'all. Hey, Sarge, you see that, buddy? You see that? It's not 7-Eleven no more. It ain't 7-Eleven no more. It's CJ Evil, baby. It's CJ Evil. Can I zoom on this? I don't think. Yes, I can. See, this is right there. See, there's the set. Oh, I'm blocking it. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Which one works? There we go. All right. See, there's the 7-Eleven logo, right? All right. You see the 7-Eleven logo, right? All right. Now check this shit out. Boom! Elbow, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Elbow. That is so fucking cool. Hold on 1 second. Beautiful. I was like, man, that is so cool. That is so cool. So cool. I appreciate that so much. Seriously. So thank you again, Elbow. Thank you so much. Came out of nowhere. I was just like, as soon as I opened it up and I saw it, I'm just like, because I know the logo, right? I mean, I've never been to one, but I know the logo. And I was like, I opened it up and I'm like, whoa! Right, Tragedy? Yeah. We would have to like change the colors and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But really, if you change the colors, it don't look like no 7. You know what I mean? So we're good. We just have to change the colors. Yeah, so cool though. So cool. It was just I know she was just doing it for fun. So I just want to say thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, Elbow. That is so cool. It is so cool. Wow. All right. So we'll go ahead and get back to here. I just wanted to show that real quick. It just came late at night last night after I had a long night, a lot of work. Let me tell you right now. Let me see. Yeah, this is why my new one of my new projects I'm trying to do wasn't even anywhere completed last night. You're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 shows. So when I saw it was when I'm like 23 shows, okay. That was after a little bit of doing some work, and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and make a couple highlights tonight, and we will do that this weekend. Whoa, 23. But I am gonna do it. And I don't know. I haven't decided if I'm gonna do it live or if I'm just gonna do it offline and then put it out for a live. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided that. Oh yeah. I love math. Love math. Yes, great work, Obo. Thank you so much. It was awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Kib Kitty. Appreciate that. I don't tolerate it. Like I always say, I have a big heart and a big foot. What's up, Nikki? And again, what's up, Tragedy? Thank you for hopping in. Deborah. Man, that is cool though, huh? What's up, Crystal? Yeah, amazing. Yes, thank you, Skittles. All right, so there is, let me see here. There's a couple videos I do want to go through before we watch this hearing again. And why did it put me all the way at the top again? Give me 1 second. Why did it do that? So there's a couple videos I want to watch real quick. And first, I'm going to go to Twitter here. So this is Court TV. And remember when we were watching outside before court started and Chanley was out there and they showed the trucks outside. We seen that before the hearing came out, and we were watching some stuff, and it was like, why would they even? That's interesting that somebody's there. So they came out with a couple short clips with that in the background. So I figured we'd check that out real quick. I need to go through my Idaho 4 folder too. I thought there was 2 videos I wanted to check out, and then we can sit back and get the court hearing with better audio and stuff like that. So. And let me see if you have merchandise. Yes, I do. I do have a merch store. 1 second. I'll put that up for you guys. And with the merch store, I do custom stuff. So if you can go through there and you can see a couple of custom items that members of the community have purchased already, and that's kind of what I do with your guys' merch, because I want to include you on the merch just as much as the show. So whether it's a coffee cup or a t-shirt or whatever, I do make a logo for you, what your YouTube name or whatever, and you basically what I do is I host an offline StreamYard, and then I show you as I build or create whatever item that you would like. So it's totally exactly how you want it before you even can see it's on the store. So if you can just look up one of the members' custom orders, and that's kind of what we do. So if there's anything over there, just reach out to me, contact me, and we can set up a meeting about a half an hour for offline StreamYard. And then that way I can just show you the screen as we're creating your item or whatever. So that's up to you. Let me see here. I think I put it in there. So let me go to Twitter real quick. And we're going to watch this video from Chanley. And there's another one after that too. I'll just put it in just in case I didn't. All right.
Hey, Benny, the disaster response trucks are here for a second day as the University of Idaho is preparing to...
Disaster response trucks. Now, I remember after we were done with that stream, I remember seeing something about the disaster response trucks, and it had to do with like a natural disaster type thing. So I don't know. Let me know. What have you guys heard? Because honestly, I haven't really been able to check out too much YouTube the last day and a half. It was nothing but work and meetings last night, so I wasn't even. And then I hung out on the Drunk Turkey show for a little bit and chat for a little bit. Support Dago. Other than that, I really didn't get to see what was out there, so let me know.
To demolish this home behind me where victims Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle were brutally murdered last November.
What's up, Valerie?
And today, several individuals with the University of Idaho made visits along with representatives from Jack Buell Trucking. A group met outside the home to discuss what it will take to demolish the structure. I learned that the Jack Buell Company has volunteered to tear down the home with machinery, and it wouldn't take but a couple of hours. A spokesperson for the university told me the remediation process includes returning personal items, everything from clothes to furniture to the families of the victims and roommates as they wish, and that this process will take several weeks. No.
Whoa, hold on a minute. Okay. What's up, Louie? Sorry I'm missing some yet. Nikki. There it is. There's Louie. Hold on. There we go. Hold on here. So a lot of that. So there's okay. So there were still items in there? I thought that a long ass time ago they gave all the families the items. So there was couches sitting in there for that long? Ugh, you. Ain't no amount of Febreze. Let me listen to this again. Hold on. Maybe I heard it wrong. That's probably what it was. I probably heard it wrong.
Hey, Benny, the disaster response trucks are here for a second day as the University of Idaho is preparing to demolish this home behind me where victims Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle were brutally murdered last November. And today, several individuals with the University of Idaho made visits along with representatives from Jack Buell Trucking. A group met outside the home to discuss what it will take to demolish the structure. I learned that the Jack Buell Company has volunteered to tear down the home with machinery, and it wouldn't take but a couple of hours. A spokesperson for the university told me the remediation process includes returning personal items, everything from clothes to furniture to the families of the victims and roommates as they wish, and that this process will take several weeks. No specific date has been set for demolition, according to the university. The spokesperson also confirmed that the home and its contents were released by a court order to the school, and that the crews here are not cleaning the home, just preparing it for the demolition, which not only includes removing personal belongings, but also
pipes and all that kind of shit.
Hazardous material abatement. But the issue of whether or not this crime scene should be demolished has garnered mixed opinions from those in the Moscow community.
Obviously, people want to.
I mean, I know it's an active crime scene. I get that. What's up, Sherlock Holmes? Thank you for becoming a member, Paula. Yeah, they need to leave everything, but I thought, okay, so I'm sorry, you guys. I'm gonna listen to that again because I need to be clear on. I want to know because I thought they gave everything to the family like a long time ago. And I get it's an active crime scene, which means the stuff that is there is part of the crime scene, right? So if they're getting ready to tear down the house, then they're basically tearing down the crime scene. So they're returning the materials that are part of the crime scene to the families. So that means, but I'm just trying to process that. So this was yesterday, Brandywine. I mean, that's what I would think it would be. I mean, shoot. I guess it's not active anymore just because there's no tape around it. There ain't nobody there. It was all caged in, just had security. But part of those items inside, I mean, I would think that the house, the items, the house, the stuff that was returned, because if they returned all of this stuff back to the families back in what, December, early December or something, late November, early December, and they gave those items back to the families, and now they're returning the rest of them. Well, they obviously were part of the crime scene, which is why they weren't returned to the families. But now they're being returned. I just don't understand what the whole rush is to tear this thing down. Especially with everything that's came out. I would think it would be like 150 times important when it comes to this case. But they're saying furniture, which is the furniture that was part of the crime. Why else would they keep it? Something just don't mix. Something just don't mix. You know, if you're worried about it being like some of the community said it's an eyesore, well, put something around it. It's got to be cheaper to build something around it than to tear it down, I would imagine. What's up? This is the breaks. They should be able to walk through the property. Especially with what has been coming out. What's up? Especially with what's been coming out. Oh wow, Louis, thank you so much. I hope they, I was wondering like a couple weeks ago, like if there was any like kind of petition or something, and it's something you gotta petition the court or something. I don't know. I would definitely be about promoting whatever kind of petition or whatever. I don't know. Whatever would need to take place to, like, I guess you'd almost have to be from the community. I don't know. Or maybe a petition would, I don't know, something. What could there be? I'll definitely promote whatever it can. It is. It's just as tragic, the fact that they're going to tear this thing down. And it's, I don't know. They do got a lot of money, that's for sure. University of Phoenix a month and something ago. Family was not allowed. Right, I understand that. Because it's part, they obviously didn't return it to the families way back then for a reason. Because the shit they returned didn't have nothing to do with what they were investigating. But now, you would think with all this stuff that was coming out, this is when they would be like, okay, hold on, everybody. Let's just wait to tear this thing down. Let's be patient, community. Let's give it some time. Some interesting things have came out. Let's be patient, everybody. You think that would be taking place instead of Chanley Painter freaking reporting about this?
Logan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle were brutally murdered last November. And today, several individuals with the University of Idaho made visits along with representatives from Jack Buell Trucking. A group met outside the home to discuss what it will take to demolish the structure. I learned that the Jack Buell company has volunteered to tear down the home with machinery, and it wouldn't take but a couple of hours. A spokesperson for the university told me the remediation process includes returning personal items, everything from clothes to furniture to the families of the victims and roommates as they wish, and that this process will take several weeks. No specific date has been set for demolition, according to the university. The spokesperson also confirmed that the home and its contents were released by a court order to the school, and that the crews here are not cleaning the home, just preparing it for the demolition, which not only includes removing personal belongings, but also hazardous material abatement. But the issue of whether or not this crime scene should be demolished has garnered mixed opinions from those in the Moscow community.
Obviously, people want to kind of put some of that in the past, and I would say that that's a fair result in my mind to, tear it down.
If they have all the evidence they want and they need, and the other side as well has other evidence, I think it's fine. Yeah.
I believe they should wait till after so that everything, in case they have to go back and see anything, you've got it all right there.
And of course, I've also tried to speak to several of the neighbors living close to this crime scene. None would speak to me on camera, but as far as an opinion on whether or not this home should be torn down now or wait until after a trial, they really didn't have an opinion on the matter. Of course, we will continue to reach out to the University of Idaho for every update about the demolition of the...
Man. Wanted to play this too. Great message.
Cases get, it seems like the more...
And this is what I was talking about in my highlight when I was referring to what the lawyer
more
was
internet,
saying.
media attention, social media that these cases get, it seems like the more risk there is of a defendant's right to a fair trial being taken from him or trampled on. So we have to make sure we do not do that as people that talk about this in the public and on social media. Let's not be a reason that this becomes an unfair trial for an accused. And the more we do that, the more we will be able to take part in and watch and listen to and learn from the judicial system. This is not the Colosseum in Rome. home. We should not want to and enjoy watching people burn. We should not want to see people going at each other, a fight to the death for sport. That is not what this should be. This should be educational, us learning the system and us calling out injustice in the system, because we, the people, are supposed to rule this country as a democracy. And if we disagree with things that are happening, our vote, our money, our time can make a difference. That's what this is supposed to be with the internet and publicity and public and media following a case. We should not be making decisions in these cases when we first hear that there's an arrest, or we watch a hearing, or we read a document. That should not be our time to make a decision and say, whoop, he's guilty. Let's do everything we can as the public to pressure anyone that could possibly be on that jury to make sure this guy's guilty, because we know it's sitting in Clearwater, Florida about this Idaho case. There's a reason I could never sit on this jury. I don't live where I need to live in the community I would need to live in order to even be eligible to be a juror on this case. So I should not be making this decision. And the more we can remember that and implement that into our everyday life, into our social media life, and what we post out there and talk about. Now, to discuss it, state seems like they have a lot of evidence. If he is the guy, death penalty might make sense. Or I don't agree with the death penalty, even if he is the guy with these aggravating factors. I wish there was no death penalty. Those discussions are fine. We need to make sure that we're using social media appropriately too, because all of these orders are pointing towards a direction of, yeah, First Amendment, but because of the big bad internet, let's just shut everything down and handle this inside of a courtroom, because what is more important than the First Amendment is a right to a fair trial.
Yep. And that's what I've been saying. You know what I mean? That's what I've been saying. So when I'm going to my highlight and I'm telling you guys, this is the lawyer that I'm talking about, this is the message that I heard, and this is the damn truth. Couldn't have said it any better right there. Couldn't have said it any better. That's why I'm about, I'm not going to say I didn't get sucked into it in the beginning, but after you start to think about it and after, you're like, wait a minute. Something just don't make sense. So then you start to be the one that gets ridiculed because you're like the one that says, wait, hold on. What if? Oh, whoa. What if? I'm so happy when Jules, Harsh Reality, this gentleman, the lawyer, Crime Circus. I'm so happy when they actually also come out and say these things, because then it doesn't make me look all fucking crazy. Like I'm trying to be the one guy at a Ohio State football game wearing a Michigan jersey or something. So, thank you for the gifted membership. Kevin is a member now. What's up, Kevin? Yes, the lawyer, What's up, Heavy Metal Rehab? What's up? All right, so let me see here. Oh my gosh, that Law and Crime Network is 30 minutes. Nah, we'll save that for later tonight. We're going to check. I suppose we'll just go ahead and go to this court hearing here. And we'll chill back, watch it. I know you guys have watched it. I'm going to go ahead and let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and open up panel. And then we'll start watching this, and then we'll get to some of these other episodes here afterwards. So I found the Court TV version that has the better audio. We watched it on Twitter a couple days ago. The audio was just really, 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 really low. Give me 1 second. So we'll go ahead and watch this, kind of chit chat. Now, if there's anything you have to say about it, if you checked it out, if there's things that stuck out to you, definitely, I would love to hear it. Let me see here. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. We'll get this started. Then we'll have a little chit chat about this, and then we'll get into some of these other videos too. That I wanted to show you guys. And I think coming up, we're going to be doing some stuff looking at Sigma Chi coming up here soon. Let me see here. Full screen, and I will put the link in chat here in 1 second. I know this is crazy loud, so I'm going to turn it down to about here.
All rise. Thank you very much. Be seated. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, let's get on the record, please. Thank you. Okay, we're on the record. This is State of Idaho versus Brian Koberger, case number CR 29222805. Mr. Koberger is in the court. He is represented by Ms. Taylor, Mr. Logston, and Ms. Nassett. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings, also Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty. And we're here for some motions, discussions, and before we get there,
I know I was going to say Heavy Metal Rehab. When we watched it a couple days ago, the way that, because if you see my highlight on the speculation, I was like, I was clapping my hands. I was like, wow, that's awesome, man. Like, they want to, I'm glad. And then especially when Ann was requesting the records, and then the prosecution was like, well, a few weeks, we're not really sure. And he's like, how about July 14th? Like, he's not about that BS either. So I definitely like him as well. The Ellie topic is, but we support. Yeah, thank you. Josie. Definitely got a good feeling about this judge.
To address, really everybody, about the revised amended dissemination order. Apparently there's some misunderstanding about who it applies to and who it doesn't apply to, because what I thought, and this is 100% my responsibility, I used the term agents, and the revised order says that the prosecuting attorneys, defense attorneys, any agents of the prosecuting attorneys and defense attorneys are affected by this order. Apparently, some of the media interpreted that as it doesn't apply to law enforcement, but it does. So law enforcement is, they are agents of the prosecuting attorneys. Now, I'm going to issue another order, another revised order, just to make sure that that is clear, because people seem to be very confused about that. Agent, definition of an agent is one that acts or has the power or authority to act. Another definition is one empowered to act for or represent another. So I'm going to include law enforcement for the prosecuting attorneys, agents, and for the defense attorneys, investigators. So it's clear. I think it's sort of doubling down on the definition, but apparently that's necessary. I'm also going to add retained expert witnesses for each side because we don't want to have a trial in the media or in the public. We want it to be in the courtroom. Speaking of that, a comment on the cameras. They're in the courtroom now. And I have deferred my decision about cameras. One of the things that's going to be really important, that is very important, is that the people with the camera and media need to follow the rules. And we've had some issues where people were pushing the envelope, particularly focusing on the tables where counsel sits. You are not to turn your cameras toward the top of those tables. And if you do that, you're probably going to have to leave the courtroom. Also, one of the things that happened in the Daybell case is that the cameras just continued to focus on the defendant. Don't do that. That's what brought the cameras to have to leave the courtroom in that case. And what I would prefer, if you want to continue to have cameras in this courtroom, is to back off and not. Do we have that? Yeah, make sure that's muted. Make sure that we just have the totality of what is happening in the court, and not just focus, for example, on Mr. Kogerger's face. So that was what happened in that case, and it's not appropriate. One other reminder to counsel, speak, and this is to myself, to speak into the microphone so we can have a good record.
I'm going to put up a poll, but I kind of have a feeling what you guys are going to decide, but I don't know. Maybe with him exploring YouTube, maybe he might change his mind on what, maybe a little access or something. I don't know. I'll put up a poll. Let me know what you think. I like him. I do like him after watching this a couple days ago. I do. At first, I was kind of like, but with the way that he responded about setting a date, no matter what, which they should have that information already anyway, but he set a date no matter what. I mean, you guys have already heard. You've been around the last couple of days. You're about to hear what's about to come out. You know what I mean? But I'm wondering, maybe he was looking at YouTube to see if there were people out there promoting the innocent until proven guilty and not 100% guilt, just to see if it did exist.
All right, I think those are my general.
And I'm going to do something here real quick. I'm actually going to put my Hold on. I'm going to adjust this so that way it covers up the left side of the screen there, because I don't like how Court TV did that. So that way it doesn't focus on one person when it's not the judge. You know what I mean?
Announcements or cautions, and I think we've sort of boiled things down to some issues
There we go.
on motion to compel discovery. Some of those issues have been resolved, some have not. So let me go to you, Ms. Taylor, to start off. Where do we start?
Your Honor, we would request that we start on defendant's motion to compel and second motion to compel. I believe the third motion to compel will be heard on a different date.
True.
As it relates to the two motions to compel, and I'll present my arguments whenever the court's ready, but I can direct the court exactly to the numbers in those motions to compel that are still up for discussion today and requested ruling from the court.
Excellent. I'm ready.
On the original motion to compel, we are only seeking the court to order number 6 be complied with in that particular motion.
Okay, let me take a look at that. Number 6. And so this is the motion to compel discovery that was filed on May 4th.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Number 6. And that is request number 160.
That is for request number 160, and that was in the second supplemental discovery.
Okay, thank you. All right. We're getting, is that me? Okay. Number 6. For May
Number 6
4th.
on that one, yes. On the second motion to compel, Your Honor, we are leaving the court to order on request number 1, number 4, number 5, and I think that we have a plan for the other numbers, so those would be the three we need to work on.
Thank you. Let me make sure. Looking at the page. Okay, number 1 is request 1. Before it's request 23.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's number 2, request 4.
Okay, I apologize. Number 2, request 4. Okay. And you said number 5.
And number 5, which is request 109.
Thank you. All right. And that's the second motion to compel discovery.
Correct.
All right. You want to make an argument about those?
I want to.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. It was horrible audio on Twitter too. It sounds to me like they got some kind of ventilation system going, air conditioning, and like the camera's right underneath of it or something. Because that shit is loud. I apologize about that. I'm afraid if I turn music up, it'll drown out what they're saying. So I apologize about that. Is there another source that we can get this from? I don't think so. I mean Twitter, but the volume's so low. It is loud, like a ventilation or something.
Thank you. Your Honor, first, I want to start with talking about the discovery process. As the court knows, we have been representing Mr. Koberger since the very end of December of 2022. And during the course of the last several months, there has been a lot of discovery that's been requested and a lot that's been supplied. I come here asking the court to compel discovery. I'm seeking an order directing that we receive this discovery. I'm not seeking any other kind of sanction. I don't come here saying that the prosecutor has done something wrong. I come here saying that there are things that we have a disagreement about whether I should get them or when I should get them, and we seek a court order to assist us in this regard. Yesterday, we filed an exhibit that related to our motions to compel, and the purpose of that exhibit was to show the court how the discovery is coming in and what we are weeding through to try to find the information, and to let the court know that our office is making extraordinary efforts. Mr. Koberger's team works nonstop, and when we ask for discovery, it's because we have reason to believe it exists. So I wanted the Court of Counsel to be aware it's not a fishing expedition. These are real items that are really necessary to investigate this case and prepare Mr. Koberger's defense. So with that as the background and the frequent communication with the prosecutor's office to try to obtain the materials we need, we have come to an impasse in a few areas, and that's what brings us to court today. As the court knows, discovery is governed by statute 1309 and Idaho Criminal Rule 16. And the purpose of discovery is really to prevent an unfair trial, to prevent trial by surprise, and also to protect a charged person's rights to meet their defense. It protects their Sixth Amendment rights to have a sufficient and a prepared counsel, I should say.
There we go.
And we have a duty to investigate the case. So in preparing our case for Mr. Koberger, we've asked for several things that we still need. I'll talk first about request number 6 in the first motion to compel, and that stems from discovery request 160. It's training records. These are training records of 3 specific police officers. Your Honor, we have not asked for training records for every.
Okay, once I thought I was going to be able to block it, but they got some shit on the side here. So I'm just doing the coffee cup while they're showing a zoomed in close up of Koberger, because I would like to try and be respectful of the situation, especially with the judge flipping out. And hopefully, if we can all do something like this when we're watching this, maybe the judge will allow. I don't know. I don't know why Court TV isn't listening to what the fucking judge is saying. I'm really surprised. So I apologize about the coffee cup. Thank you, Cherry, for the coffee cup. I appreciate it. And I apologize. We're just going to be watching Coffee Cup while they got Koberger zoomed in, okay?
Request number 6 in the first motion to compel, and that stems from discovery request 160. It's training records. These are training records of 3 specific police officers. Your Honor, we have not asked for training records for every officer that has had anything to do with the case. I would not want to stand here and let the court think that this is an exhaustive list of the officers that we might need training records for. But these are 3 officers that we've requested them for, and the state has indicated they're not willing to give us the training records. These 3 officers are officers that have each conducted critical interviews with critical witnesses in the case, made decisions about the
All right, we need to take a break. Of course, we're going to hit the pause button. You won't miss any of this motions hearing. She's just saying
of these officers that responded to the crime scene. Let's listen in.
Investigations. We seek their training records to understand their processes. The training records, Your Honor, they are records that we've been able to obtain from various police agencies in the past. In this circumstance, they're not records that I can find on my own. These are not things that are on the internet. They're not going to just hand them over to you. The 2 of the officers that we've requested them about are Idaho State police officers. I have often received training records for Idaho State police officers in the preparation of other cases during the course of my career. They are imperative for us to understand the specialty in interrogating and interviewing people and for making the decisions that they make with regard to things taken as evidence in the case or things followed up on or not followed up on. That is the purpose for those records, and we're asking the court to order the state to provide the training records for those 3 officers. Moving on then to our second motion to compel. And what we are looking for is a lot of information from the FBI task team, as well as the FBI forensic examiner team. What we're talking about here is the task team are the FBI examiners that use cell phone records to provide a lot of information that found its way into the probable cause affidavit that the state relied on in arresting Mr. Koberger. I had the opportunity to meet with the prosecutor, and they indicate that we will be getting those items in number 1 and number 6 disclosed to us, but we don't know when. So I'm asking this court to issue an order with a date certain to obtain those records. These are bits of investigation that the FBI conducted that relate to Mr. Koberger's cell phone, and the state has relied on that in their affidavit to say that Mr. Koberger was in certain places at certain times. So these are bits of information and analysis that's been done since December. We are now at the end of June. We do not have those records yet, Your Honor. They are something that's been relied upon by the state for the PC affidavit to arrest Mr. Koberger, as well as to obtain a variety of search warrants. It's information that the state has agreed we should have, so we ask the court for an order with a deadline to get that. I want the court to know I don't think that Mr. Thompson or Ms. Jennings are trying to withhold this. I think they'll give it to me when they have it, but I think an order from the court saying this is the date certain may help them get the information a little bit more rapidly. I'll move on to our last request, and that's number 2 in the second motion to compel, request number 4. And that has to do with the FBI forensic examiner that told the state to look for a white Hyundai Elantra. This is the examiner that originally there were certain years looked for, and that year range was expanded. I believe I have the communications between the police department and the FBI about how that date range changed, but what I don't have is the report from the examiner. I did receive the CD, curriculum vitae, from about the examiner late yesterday from the prosecutor's office, so I'm asking the court to order a deadline for the report to be given to the defense. Again, the court's read the probable cause affidavit that led to Mr. Koberger's arrest, and the court can see that this vehicle identification was heavily relied on by the state to arrest Mr. Koberger, as well as to obtain a lot of other search warrants. This is information that is very necessary for us to prepare our case. I don't think Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings are withholding anything. I think they don't have it, but I think we need a court order with a deadline so that we can get that. As the court is aware, the state has a duty to provide discovery to the defense. As the court is aware that not producing discovery, especially when it's material, can be a due process violation. And as the court is aware, the state has filed its notice of intent to seek death against Mr. Koberger. These are critical.
Ann Taylor putting up an argument there with her motions during this motions hearing in front of the judge there in Latah County.
But we're going right back in as his attorney is arguing for what she wants.
All of them, including the police training records. They're necessary for us to prepare and present our defense of Mr. Koberger. They're necessary for us to do our investigation. They're necessary for us to prepare our case and our motion package moving forward. These are things that we need to have. There is a heightened standard now that the state has filed a notice of intent to seek death, and these are very relevant, critical bits of information. They are discoverable, and we're asking the court to order that they be supplied to us.
Mr. Thompson or Ms. Jennings? Ms. Jennings.
And I'm just doing the coffee cup only when it zooms or even has somewhat of a closer video, because one of the things that he mentioned was like analyzing the body reactions and the all that stuff. So when it zoomed back like it is right there, or well, my thing is blocking it, but it's hard to analyze like that. But that's just when I'm doing it, so I appreciate you guys hanging out through that. And I love my coffee. That's why my face is inside of a coffee cup. That's why I have a coffee sign hanging on my wall, and that's why before the show you always see the Evil CJ show. It's showtime. Get your coffee ready. I love my coffee. That's why my face is in a coffee cup.
Oh, Ms. Taylor's correct. She has everything that the state has in our possession. And we have worked diligently and consistently in getting her all the information that we have in a quick fashion. To date, we have discovered approximately about 13,000 pages of reports, 13,000 photographs, over 10,000 tips, and over 51 terabytes of audio and video information. So we are down to just a few points of disagreement.
Sorry, my little.
Oh, is it okay if I?
Yes, yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
First, with regard to item number 6 on the defendant's first motion to compel discovery. This involves training records of a couple of officers. Again, these are officers who the state would argue are not material to the case. They've interviewed other witnesses. They wouldn't even be called by the state to testify at trial. And the state objects to this because training records of specified officers aren't included within Rule 16. And they haven't proffered any reason as to why this would be needed for the preparation of their case. Again, these are investigators who have gone out and just interviewed some witnesses within the case. So we'd ask that you rule that this is with outside Rule 16. I would just remind the court that several hundred investigators have been involved in this case. Our concern with allowing training records for these few, which we can't understand why there's a substantial need for these particular ones, wouldn't open the door to us then having to go and obtain training records for these hundreds of investigating officers who've been involved, some of which are outside of our control. Moving on to the second motion to compel. As to item number 1, regarding cast information, Ms. Taylor has everything that we have. I've also, that includes reports from MTV officers. What she is seeking is a specific report from the FBI cast team, which I have indicated to her is in its final stages of review. And we are anticipating receiving sooner rather than later, and as soon as we do, we will turn that over.
But sooner than later.
Well, I don't have a date certain, but within the next few weeks.
I think Ms. Taylor wants it today.
I don't have.
He said, I think Ms. Taylor wants it today. Yeah, she wanted it yesterday. This is this is one part that stood out to me because I was like, Nice. Okay, cool. You're not. It's none of this shenanigans. Let's get to the facts. Come on. Let's get to it.
Few weeks.
I think Ms. Taylor wants a date.
I don't have
If
a
I'm
date.
not mistaken.
I've asked for a date, but that is not how the federal bureaucracy works.
That's, how about we say something like July 14th, unless there's some reason that they can't get that to you.
No objection.
Is that what you understand?
Yes, Your Honor. And then the state has substantially complied with request number 4, which is the same types of information, but related to the identification of the vehicle. Would ask for the exact same date certain of July 14th, only to obtain, if there is one, a potential report that's outstanding.
Okay. Is that acceptable, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's what I liked about it. How he picked July 14th. It was like he knows it wasn't going to happen tomorrow, and she was saying a few weeks, couldn't even really say. So yeah, I thought the same thing, Josie. I thought it was in the middle, which it stuck out to me, and I was like, awesome. And then when the speculation part comes up, I wish I could hear the judge better. I know it's kind of hard to hear him compared to the other people.
Again, I mean, if there's some pitch in that, I mean, we can explore that, see what we can fix it.
Nothing present, that takes care of everything.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Anything to respond to, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. I want to be heard a little bit more on the police training records. I am aware that over 120 officers were involved in the investigation in this case. I am not asking for all 120 officers. I will tell the court that likely there are other officers' training records that I will want. This is within Idaho Criminal Rule 6. These are records, documents, and objects that may have information relevant to Mr. Koberger's investigation and defense. These are records that are likely of witnesses. Whether or not the state calls them, they are likely to be witnesses. The brief that I'm asking for now, they have critical roles at various stages. One of the officers did a Spillman search for 2011 to 2013, and they mattress to get to the FBI to look through it. One of them, that same officer assisted in the search for mattress. This same officer interviewed witnesses from the scene of 1122 King Road on the 13th of November. This officer did follow up with some of the key witnesses in the case. This officer signed an Ada County lab agreement, and this officer handled and collected evidence. The second officer that I seek the information from did an interview with a key witness that's expected to testify when this case goes to trial. This officer also mentioned a specialty of working with victims and trauma victims. I think those training records are very relevant. The interview of this key witness was one of multiple interviews of this same key witness by various law enforcement officers. There is a lot of information in the various interviews that's going to come into trial. This officer may well be subpoenaed by the defense to come to trial. That person's training records are very. The last officer did multiple interviews, I think a dozen or so. Many of them after the arrest of Mr. Koberger.
Holy crap, I did not realize how much they really did zoom in on him. This is crazy.
This officer also interviewed key witnesses in the case. This officer attended the autopsy proceedings. This officer followed up on tips. This officer made decisions about the tips that were given to law enforcement. And this officer also collected bits of evidence. Those functions that police officers make daily in their jobs, they make decisions about a case that later comes to court. They've made decisions about the case the state's going to present against Mr. Coburger. They talked to key witnesses. How they do their job, how they were trained to do their job, and what they relied on is incredibly important. When they take the stand, they will say, based on my training and experience, Idaho criminal code
I mean, Matt, they're still talking about the training, the experience of the officers, the information they want.
This defense attorney, Ann Taylor, really driving home the point of why she wants their background information. That's just one of the things that they're going over today. But don't worry, we're going to be talking about it coming up. It's been a pleasure being with you, Judge
As
Ashley.
always with you.
Don't go anywhere. More.
And yeah, I mean, there's probably better audio and video out there, but we already watched it a couple days ago, and it's actually glad, you know, if they cut certain parts out. If there's certain parts that they did cut out that you noticed, the Richard, that you feel might be relevant, go ahead and send the link, or I can go ahead and look up the law and crime. Just throw the timestamps in the video and we'll go right to the parts where they did cut it out. Because that will actually be better that I do that if I'm using anything law and crime, because if you use law and crime, they like to slap you pretty hard. So that's why I try and avoid law and crime if I can. So does News Nation. So if there's certain timestamps you want to let me know, the Richard, we can go right to those timestamps, and then it'll actually avoid why I don't use law and crime anymore. So, yeah, I totally agree. I mean, geez, the Richard, I totally agree. I was like, when we watched it on Twitter, right, a couple of days ago, you know, we watched the whole thing or whatever. There was nothing like that. And just then on that episode, I was like, wow, they kind of like showed him a lot. And so I'm like, I got to think of an idea of trying to block it. And I was thinking that my voice square would block it, but then I didn't realize that they added some stuff to it. So then I had to throw the coffee cup up there. But yeah, after we watched it tonight and how long I had to have the coffee cup up there, then I really realized, like, holy crap, they really did like zoom in and focus a lot. And man, I wonder, you know, there's probably got to be some kind of conversations going on after that with the judge. It was Court TV, SRB, that did the recording. Man, I can imagine. I'm sure after seeing this and how long I had to have the coffee cup up for, I wouldn't be surprised if the frickin' judge has a talk with them. And because, man, I mean, it's one thing, you know, like when we're seeing the defense and the prosecution and the judge and everybody all in one shot, that's awesome, you know. But man, some of these, they were like zoomed in, where his whole face was covering the whole thing. And it's just like, damn. And the judge is saying this, and they're in the same damn courtroom too. Like, yo, dude, I'm surprised they didn't have some kind of meeting before the court hearing or something. Okay, team, you know, like a team meeting or something where we're like, all right, we need to make sure everybody's on the same page. This is the do's, this is the don'ts. You know, I'm surprised there was they had to be a meeting or something. I thought it was Court TV. Are they allowing two? Because I thought this whole time Court TV was the one. If it's not, well, I don't know. I don't know if you can. I don't know. I know with Court TV you're cool, but Law and Crime, man, which I don't understand, because they got a great panel. They have great information, and I don't understand why they wouldn't want it to be shared. I mean, I promote the hell out of it. If I play something like that, like Court TV, I'm going to be putting Court TV in my description. Like, I promote the hell out of that shit. It's crazy, you know? Where's like the team meeting? The team meeting. All right, so let me go back to the folder here. I wanted to check that out. Now we're going to check out a couple other videos here. And like I said here, soon we'll be kind of like having a Sigma Chi episode where we're going to be checking some of that stuff out. One of the things it put me at the top again. 1 second. All right, here it is. Now, Daily Mail. This came out 6 hours ago. I do like Daily Mail. I used to go to their articles all the time, but man, the pop-ups are like freaking nuts on the Daily Mail. So I like showing their videos instead now because I don't have to worry about all that. Freaking pop-ups are crazy. But I do like their reporting. Definitely like checking it out. They don't put out too much. But I do like the theories, thoughts, and opinions from the Daily Mail. Now, this is talking about Brian Kohberger's shocking new defense revealed in the DNA riddle. Now, we checked out something about the DNA riddle a couple days ago, and I put out a highlight about it as well, about CC Moore. Very interesting information, and I want to say thank you to Tommy and thank you to Sargent for shooting the information in this direction. Appreciate it very much. It was definitely an interesting watch. But yeah, we focused on the last 10 minutes of it. I did put up a community post about the episode and the link to that episode. So you can go to my community post if you want to watch the full episode where they had CC Moore on there. Definitely interesting information. So this is Daily Mail about the DNA riddle.
Brian Kohberger was back in court on Tuesday in Idaho for a pre-trial hearing, and the 28-year-old arrived not in his orange prison uniform, but in a black suit, and sat quietly while his lawyers pleaded with the judge on several motions before the court. Specifically, they are asking for the judge to force the state to turn over a bunch of investigative information, including backgrounds on some of the police officers involved in the case who may be called to the stand. Kohberger's attorney said that the need for this information as quickly as possible is even more crucial now because the state will seek the death penalty if their client is convicted. Now, on Monday, the Latah County DA's office filed paperwork to inform the court that they are considering all penalties for the quadruple murder suspect, including a capital sentence. In their explanation, the state listed several reasons as to why they could make this a capital case, including the fact that the murders were especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. On the other side, Brian Kohberger's defense team is now gearing up for what may literally be the fight of his life, and they're mounting a major defense. Kohberger's lawyers claim there is no connection, and that's a quote, between their client and the victims of the Idaho murders. And they don't believe that prosecutors will be able to prove one exists during trial. Clearly, based on the fact that the state is going for the death penalty, they would probably disagree with that there. New court documents are giving us our first clue as to what Brian Kohberger's defense strategy will be in court this October as he fights 4 counts of premeditated murder and 1 count of burglary in the stabbing deaths of Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. We'd known for months that a knife sheath was left at the crime scene. It was discovered to the right of Maddie Mogen's body. It was buttoned side down, partially underneath of her and the comforter. On the snap of that K-bar sheath, investigators found a single source of DNA, which they matched to Brian Kohberger. According to prosecutors, the DNA is 5.37 octillion times more likely to belong to Brian Kohberger than any random person off the street. That evidence objectively sounds not great for the defense. But the suspect and his team are working to neutralize this DNA evidence, and they're coming at it from all angles, including the possibility that they believe it could have been planted. In their own words, the DNA discovered at the scene and how it was tested is, quote, extremely important to the defense in this case. I am not a lawyer, but I've been reporting on these types of cases for more than a decade. It sounds to me like they are trying to put together a solid objection to the DNA evidence being admitted at all at trial, which would be fascinating to see at court. If the jury never gets to hear that Kohberger's DNA was found at the crime scene, on the item that likely held the murder weapon and touching one of the victim's bodies, well, it would be a crushing blow to the prosecution. Back in an earlier video, I spoke to attorney Nima Rahmani, who correctly predicted that Kohberger's team would attack the DNA evidence at trial, and that is exactly what we are seeing unfold.
The defense is going to attack the evidence in this case, and one thing that I expect them to do is attack the DNA, say it's not reliable, it's only one source, and it could have been transferred there by anyone, and there's going to be a whole host of other people that have DNA there. They're also going to attack the other key evidence cited by the prosecution. We know the cell site evidence is key, but the defense is already trying to poke holes in that, saying that the cell phone evidence doesn't match up with the video surveillance of the white Hyundai Elantra, maybe minutes off. So all the defense can do in a case like this is raise reasonable doubt. So whatever they can do to attack the prosecution's key evidence, that's what they're going to do. They're going to put up factual roadblocks as well as legal hurdles as well. That's why you see them attacking everything, whether it's pushing for a gag order in this case or going through a full preliminary hearing. We're going to see approximately a week of witness testimony. They're not going to waive preliminary hearing in a case like this. They're going to do everything they can to try to win this case by raising a reasonable doubt with one or more jurors or even on appeal.
So how are they going to do this? Not to get too into the weeds with the legal jargon, the argument right now between the defense and the prosecution is all about discovery. According to the American Bar Association, discovery is the formal process of exchanging information between the parties about the witnesses and evidence they will present at trial. The reason this rule exists is to prevent trial by ambush, basically to avoid those gotcha moments that we love on Law & Order. Every defendant is innocent until proven guilty and has a constitutional right to a fair trial. The discovery process helps guarantee that. So how does all of that specifically relate to the Idaho murder case? Well, Kohberger's lawyers believe that prosecutors have information that should be by law disclosed to the defense. The defense is claiming that Latah County prosecutors are withholding specific information, which is effectively, quote, hiding its entire case.
Right. And she's saying, I don't want all 120. I just want 3 specific. Somebody mentioned a comment in chat that when they walked in, they were all smiling, and it's because they know the information that they're asking for. And we've said it this whole time since we were looking up who she was when we saw that she was setting up or shutting down the cleaning crew and setting up a team the same morning BK was arrested. Who is this? Who is this? Oh, damn. She's all about the technicalities, everybody. All about the technicalities. Now, it does make you think, do they already know the information? They're just pushing hard for it. 2 weeks, July 14th.
The main issue that Kohberger's team is focusing on has to do with the DNA that investigators discovered on the snap of that knife sheath. The DNA was first run through the law enforcement database CODIS, but it didn't get a hit. Now, at the time, all law enforcement knew about that profile was that it belonged to someone genetically male. That was it. According to prosecutors, law enforcement then turned to investigative genetic genealogy to craft a family tree in the hopes of finding a lead. The FBI actually handled out building the suspect profile's family tree. They did it using public resources, the same way you or I would utilize services like 23andMe or Ancestry.com.
And that's what I'm saying when it comes to why I said that the person wouldn't have noticed somebody with the cracked door open because of all the light coming from that sliding glass door, and that's what would be their focus. Like, look at how lit up the outside was. They would totally be, if you got blood and sweat in your eyes. Holy crap, the power just flickered. So if I drop out, I apologize. I'll end up hopping back on my phone or something. I don't know what's going to happen. It just flickered for a second. But yeah, look at how lit up that outside is. You would totally be focused on trying to get out. You would definitely see all that light coming out of there. I mean, that's a good shot right there.
As well as some databases available.
Yeah, sorry if I
only to law
drop out,
enforcement.
everybody. Freaking, what is
FBI
going on?
investigators ended up coming up with a network of hundreds of people related to the suspect and were able to then narrow that list down to Bryan Kohberger. How they narrowed it down to him is a huge question that the defense has. But at any rate, the FBI sent that tip to local law enforcement and told them to look into the WSU graduate student. From there, local authorities.
And you know, Love You Madly, that's a great comment because I've kind of thought that myself. I kind of thought that myself too. Who says it wasn't something for self-defense? I don't. Just like, you know, when it comes to, you know, the sheath, is that really the specific weapon that is what committed these crimes? Because it was just a sheath? You bring up a good point, Love You Madly. Thank you for that comment. That's a great point.
Dug into Kohberger to piece together enough evidence of his potential guilt to secure an arrest warrant. The most crucial piece of that evidence was a different DNA sample than the one we've just been talking about. This one was taken from Bryan Kohberger's father. It was obtained from an item in the family's trash and matched with a 99.998% accuracy to being from the father of the sample left on the knife sheath. Translation: the sample on the sheath was Bryan Kohberger's. After Kohberger was arrested, his DNA was taken by law enforcement via a cheek swab and then finally compared against that original sample.
Holy crap.
I know this sounds like
I'm
a
sorry
lot,
if I
and
drop
I've
out,
actually
y'all.
left out the really tedious sciencey stuff, but I've spoken to experts who have pointed out that this DNA evidence could be the difference between a guilty or not guilty verdict. This is why it is paramount for Kohberger's team to poke holes in its authenticity if they want to have any shot of him walking free. Now, they don't seem to be disputing that the touch DNA on the sheath belongs to Kohberger. They seem to be preparing to tear down the science around how it was tested and how it got there to begin with. And
Right.
the prosecution is trying to keep secret some of that genetic genealogy
Right.
information. And their reason.
And is that because it possibly might have been obtained through a route that was not the route that people or agencies were supposed to take? Why? Why was there no reports? Why is there nothing to hand over? Why? I think that's pretty relevant to the case, don't you? I mean, I get the when you're talking about this kind of DNA, it's not like it was a blood spot, you know. How did you come up with the profile from a spot of blood? Totally get it. Totally get it. You don't. Right? But when it comes to this transfer touch and other samples, okay, yeah, I want to know. Like, how in the hell did you get to my how? I think it's relevant. That's just me. I'm not a lawyer, but that's just me.
Reasons are twofold. One, the majority of the workflow was done by the FBI inside of online portals on the websites. Prosecutors say they didn't document their work or print things out on their way to that family tree. So they say the documentation the defense wants doesn't exist. And second, there's a desire to protect the identities of the hundreds of relatives whose information was used to help populate the family tree. The state wants a judge to issue an order of protection for this information, meaning that they wouldn't have to turn it over to the other side. But in court documents, the defense essentially calls BS on the whole argument and instead wants the judge to compel the state to release all of that information. Here is how one attorney on Kohberger's team put it. The defense is to guess whether the state focused its investigation on Mr. Kohberger via a bizarrely complex DNA tree experiment or through its faulty identification of the vehicle involved in the case. And what they're asking for here is pretty illuminating too. Some of the discovery that Kohberger's team wants includes things like emails and texts regarding biological testing in the investigation and information on all the lab personnel who worked on the case. Now, at the top of the video, I mentioned the theory that Kohberger's DNA could have been planted on the knife sheath. I personally don't buy it, but in court documents, Team Kohberger seems to suggest just that. This is how they worded it. What the state's argument asks this court and Mr. Kohberger to assume is that the DNA on the sheath was placed there by Mr. Kohberger and not someone like Brian Kohberger and not Brian specifically. Again, this feels like a huge leap to me. Lawyers, this line of thinking, quote, is extremely important to the defense in this case. Now, all of this really boils down to one major defense strategy that I believe his team will cling to. Their belief that law enforcement already had their sights set on Kohberger and then made the investigation work towards proving their predetermined theory. They write, a massive investigation came to focus on him and him alone. The state appears to be trying to hide its original domino such that he cannot discover why. The defense also plans on attacking the investigation on another front by pointing out instances where they believe law enforcement ignored other potential suspects. 3 additional male DNA profiles were discovered in and around the crime scene, 2 in the house and 1 on a glove found outside a few days after the murders. Like Kohberger, these DNA profiles didn't get any hits in CODIS. All of these seem suspicious at first blush and definitely warranted further investigation. A glove certainly could have belonged to the killer, and the 2 other male DNA profiles were discovered, quote, where the deceased were located. Pretty big leads if you whose DNA that is. It is possible, however, that the identities have been discovered and police ruled those people out as suspects. Or that the type of DNA and where it was located was deemed irrelevant. Here's what I mean by that. Here's an example of how DNA evidence could seem really important, not so much. Skin cells under a victim's fingernail is a lot different from an investigative standpoint than some saliva on the lip of a solo cup of old beer. Remember, this is a big house, 6 bedrooms, multiple roommates. Kaylee and Maddie both had boyfriends, and 1122 King Road was a party house. These images taken of the crime scene shows the home exactly as it was the night of the murders. Look at the mess, empty cups, bottles, dirty dishes, the remnants of beer pong. There's no doubt a ton of DNA in this house. It will likely be the state's case at trial that the other DNA profiles found at the scene aren't relevant to the case. Team Kohberger, however, will want to disagree. And so in order to do this, they need the information, the discovery, ahead of time so that they can plan. And that is what they're asking for. Now, to be clear, the prosecution plans on handing all of this discovery over. They're just on different timetables. We also know now, based on this new information, that police did run down several possible suspects during the course of their investigation, not just Kohberger. The defense says that DNA samples were taken from several people, including one person whose sample was surreptitiously taken from a discarded cigarette. Looks to me like Kohberger's lawyers are looking for any entry points to say, look, it wasn't our guy, could have been this guy or that guy. Remember, they don't need to offer an alternative suspect or prove Kohberger's innocence. Their only job in defending their client is to show reasonable doubt. If a single juror says to themselves, well, it might have been cigarette guy, it could be the difference between Kohberger spending life in prison or walking out of court a free man. And these latest court filings are really a huge window into Kohberger's defense strategy. Another place they're looking to poke holes in is the now infamous white Hyundai Elantra. We know police were searching for a white Hyundai Elantra for weeks prior to Kohberger's arrest. It was one of the only solid leads that law enforcement went public with. And according to investigators, it was seen in the vicinity of the crime scene no less than 12 times in the months leading up to the murders. And on the night of the slayings, it was tracked using CCTV footage from Kohberger's apartment in Pullman, Washington to 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. Then spotted essentially casing the house, driving back and forth around the area 3 times in the wee hours of the night, and disappearing briefly during the time frame of the killings, and then seen again leaving the area at a high rate of speed at 4:20 a.m. That is after the time that the 4 victims were believed to have been stabbed to death. The car was impounded in Pennsylvania the day the suspect was arrested and has gone through rigorous forensic testing. How the car was first identified remains a mystery to the defense, and like with the DNA, they're demanding answers. Now, Kohberger's lawyers want to know exactly how police were able to identify specifically a white Hyundai Elantra based off of these blurry images of a white sedan. They also claim that the analyst working on this was heavily relying on a video of a car heading in the wrong direction at the wrong time. Now, beyond that, they don't dive too much more into the car in these latest documents or in court. But one final line at the end of the defense's argument hit me like a ton of bricks, because it suggests that the state's case might not be as strong as we all thought. His lawyer writes, there is no explanation for the total lack of DNA evidence from the victims in Mr. Kohberger's apartment, office, home, or vehicle. I don't know if this is just bluster or if it's fact or if the discovery of some of this evidence just has not been turned over yet. We will have to wait and see at trial. And we will see it. Last week, the judge ruled that cameras will be allowed in the courtroom for the Kohberger case. For now, that might change. As for the motions before the court on Tuesday, Judge John Judge, yes, his name is Judge Judge, he will rule on those in the coming days, and dailymail.com will have the updates. For more true crime content like this, hit like and subscribe.
Boom. I do enjoy the content. That's why we watch it. Yeah. They didn't document or print out any of the work. You know, it's one thing to get DNA from like a drop of blood or something. But when it comes to, you know, what we've found out, I would like to know, you know, because if that's what you're banging on. So we got some crazy storms in this neck of the woods. So if I do drop out, I apologize. I'll hop back on with my mobile. So I'm not sure. It's going crazy. Yeah, anybody's more than welcome to join. I'm going to throw the link out there. We were just checking out a couple videos here, and you know, it's like Ann Taylor said, we've been waiting from December till June now. Not asking for 120, just asking for 3. Never had an issue before getting that information. What's up, Molly Drake? You know, never had an issue before. So why now? You know, because it's information that was used to arrest and used for search warrants. And I'm going to show the screenshot again from Alexandra Duggan. That shows you not the names, but what they were involved with. You just heard it from Ann Taylor, what they were involved with when it comes to this investigation. I think it should definitely, like, why hasn't it been offered? You know? It just makes great show today, Dago. I wasn't.
Hey, buddy, what's happening, man?
Power went out at work. Also, it was out everywhere, back and forth. So I was in and out.
Yeah, I heard Mama Bear said there was bad storms out there.
Yeah, all over, man. Just rolling through the whole damn state.
You're good though,
Up and
right?
up and down. Yeah, I mean the power came on around 5 o'clock.
Cool.
It took a while, but yeah, it's finally back on. But yeah, I don't know. It kind of flickered a little bit there a couple times during this video, so I was like, "Ew, shit, we might be
Right.
dropping out." But yeah, we're still good, man. But no, I wasn't able to hang out through all of it because when the power went out back and forth at work, we had to kind of go back and forth between different areas and stuff, and so I was kind of in
Right,
and out.
right.
But man, it was a great show.
Yeah, I
A lot of
appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you.
yeah, it was a great show.
Yeah, at the end of it, I don't know what happened. That a specific person got upset and called Rory a liar and said he was going to enjoy all my subscribers because I have no common sense.
Oh.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I'm not
kinda-
able to really check out the chat when I'm working. I'm kind of just.
Oh yeah,
I'm,
yeah,
able,
it's all
I'm
right.
able to like copy and paste some things I have saved for when I'm in your show, man. You know.
Yeah,
just
right.
to try
It was
and
just
throw
shocking
support
to me.
out
I
there.
was a little surprised, but so be it. I'm not down with the drama, so do your thing. Miss Brandy, good to see you.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah. Other
What's
than
up,
that, it
Miss
was
Brandy?
a great show.
Party of Five, Sandra. I know Party of Five has been in here. Strutter, what's up? On the mic. Thank you for hopping in. No chains,
Oh,
no
hold
more.
on, dude. I gotta fix this. Sorry.
Yeah, you're
There
good.
we
What's
go.
up,
I
Kid
have-
Kitty? What's up, Cece?
Hey, CJ.
What's up? What's going on?
Keep Kitty
Oh,
in
not
How's your
much.
day?
Awesome.
Hey, Hey, Dago.
How you doing?
I
Have you
don't know
guys
why-
ever been on the
I
panel
don't-
together?
No.
I don't think so.
Nope. It's the first time. It's great to
Yeah.
meet you.
Good to
It's
meet
one of
you.
mine.
I almost called you Drago.
That's all right.
Did
That's
somebody-
what JB calls me, Drago. It's all good. It's all good. I've been called worse.
Haven't we all?
I heard somebody call him that today.
Yeah,
I think it was Mandy Joe.
Mandy. Yeah, Mandy was messing around, man. Just screamed out, Drago. Hello,
That's
Miss
funny.
Paula. I'm glad to be here too. I always enjoyed coming up here with CJ. It's always a good
What's
time.
Jules up to? Yeah, what's Jules?
I don't know.
up
I haven't
to?
seen her all day.
Yeah.
She's either really busy with work or she's got something going on with her kids. What's up, Mikey?
Yeah, that was a great show earlier, man.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
what all did you get into? in the
Well,
episode?
I didn't get
Besides-
to do much of what I was gonna do
Yeah.
because I wanted Sarge had a kind of a theory, and we
Yeah.
had talked about it, right? And that was what the main focus was initially. We talked about that, and then I had Sleuthy came in and she got on panel, and then Rory came in, he got on panel. Daniel came in, he got on panel.
Oh, cool.
Lana,
Yeah, I didn't
Right.
get to listen to him too much. I didn't see
Right.
his.
he was a bit quiet because a lot of people were talking. Sarge was up there at some point talking about all that. Then Lana
Yeah.
came in and she was talking. I had a lot of creators in there today. I mean, you, Rory, Lana, Sleuthy, just a bunch.
Oh, I
Everybody
wish
was-
I could have been up there, bro. That would have been awesome. I was
Yes.
working, unfortunately. I was like, damn, I wish I could
I
have been
know.
up there. That was a great show,
CJ.
man. Huh?
You
What?
need to show Dago and the rest of them in chat that logo that Elbow sent you.
Yeah, I did in the beginning of the show. Oh, there's a lot
Oh,
of new
I know.
people that haven't come in yet. No,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah, hold on. But go ahead. See, I almost said it. Dago.
Drago.
Fuck. All right, go ahead, man.
He
Yeah,
has to
Devil.
change his name.
Thank you, Devil Doll. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was a great panel. And like I said, I don't mind doing that, but this is your guys' channel when I'm live. So, it's people want to hear other people what they have to say. I'm gonna put it up there. You know what I'm saying? I'll just move what I was gonna do to the next day if that's what it takes. It's fine with me. I don't mind.
Oh yeah, because the
So-
live content is always better than a video. You know what I'm saying? All the time. Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
That's why I
And
never get upset.
Right. And I want to hear what they got to say. That's what it's all about. My channel was made for the community. And you know, I want them to voice their opinions, their theories, whatever they got to talk about. And of course, if other creators have input, I love that. I love that, dude. That is badass.
Yeah,
We're sorry.
This is from Elbow. If you're still in the chat, Elbow, say what's up. I was doing work last night, had some meetings, different individuals had meetings, setting up stuff, doing, working on a couple of highlights or whatever. And
Right.
towards the end of my evening, I was just like, man, these days off, it's still like,
Thank you.
just because I'm not live on a camera doesn't mean that I'm not working, And
Yes,
it
sir.
was pretty late, and I checked it towards the end, and I was like, oh my gosh, and it just gave me more fuel
just
for
that-
that soul, just for
yeah.
that fire. Yeah, like and it was just something that was a message to me, just said, hey, I love the show. Elbow, if you're in chat still, pop up.
That's badass.
But it was
I
from
like that.
Elbow. Yeah, I was like, holy crap, that is so damn neat. She did it with a stylus.
Really?
Yeah.
I need some lessons because I could. That's sweet. I love that.
She did it with a stylus.
Raging Cajuns in the chat. Thank you, Don't Dive. Thank you, Doc Terry. I appreciate you guys so very much. Everybody that was in there. Thank you guys for being here tonight. For CJ, you guys rock.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah. The Simpsons. Yeah, it was a great panel, man. Great show too. I wish I could have hung out more in it, even ear wise. But
Right. No, I
power
get it.
going out, I was like, shit.
I know if you could be there, you'd be there, bro. So
Oh, for sure. One day I'll have that Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. It's just one day. It's not today, but it's one day, It's coming sometime, whenever
Right.
that may be. That's for life to decide. But yeah, I was like, man, that was so cool. It just
it really is.
That was.
Yeah, it makes you feel good, It makes you
Right.
feel good. I just passed
Yeah.
Ford Deering.
I like that. That would look badass on a t-shirt too.
Oh, well, yeah, but we'd have to change the color, And like I said, if it becomes a t-shirt, I got to give Sarge the $2 cut, for
right.
because it was his
What you
little
need-
joke.
Listen, dude, you need to get that like on the front of the shirt, and then on the back, have it just say, "I just go to work and do my show."
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I was gonna have the logo, and then have like a fake name tag with CJ on it. That would be printed on it too. So and then have like the design of a print where it was like whatever the if it's like a button-up shirt with fake collar, how they have like those t-shirts that have the print of the fake tuxedo.
Yeah, I had one of those.
It'd be kind of like that, but it'd be like a fake
Name tag.
it's a t-shirt, but it'd be
Yeah.
a fake 7-Eleven employee shirt
Employee
with
shirt,
a
yeah.
name tag on it that says CJ, and then on the back all I do is go to work and do my show, baby.
Dude, you
that's
should
it.
make that up. You'd probably sell shit out of that. I'm telling you right now.
That's it, baby. So it was like, and when it comes to merch, this, dude, the cut, the profit cut that you get from merch is
Yes.
so freaking small.
Right.
So it was like, a $2 cut, I would probably only honestly make like $6 from the t-shirt,
Right.
$7 from the t-shirt. So like a $2 cut is like totally, deserving.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
with Sarge starting the bullshit in your I think that might have been the first show I hopped up in
It
in
was.
your
It
panel or
was.
something. Yeah, it was like right from then, and then then it became a thing. You mix the two together, and now it's a thought about it.
Right. Elbow says, Dago, I lurk on your show a lot. Wow, laugh out loud. Love you both. I appreciate that, Elbow. I really do.
Yeah, it was Elbow.
You're
Elbow
very
that
talented, my
did
dear.
that.
Very talented.
No, I never even been in a 7-Eleven. Never.
I haven't been in one since I was like
Never.
10 years old. They disappeared that long ago. That's really cool.
Never been in a 7-Eleven. I have no idea. I'd have to look it up on Google to find out what the fucking shirts look like. I have
They're
no
I
clue.
think if I remember right, they're just like red button downs that have the
Are they? There we go.
They have that little.
And then I would just draw like a line to show like a fake looking collar on the t-shirt and have the fake
right
buttons and all that. It'd all be print. It wouldn't, it'd be not just be print, but yeah. Super big gulp. What, put like a super big gulp on the shoulder?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, it's funny as hell, man. I should put
I would.
something together like that. And then I gotta give and then with the logo and shit, give a cut to Elbow for that too. We'd all make a cut on it for sure.
Oh yeah, that is good shit.
Yeah, fine tune up that logo, Elbow, and then we'll talk, right? And then we'll talk. We need different colors though. How about blue and red, since it's
I guess they changed now.
Oh, did they? That's okay. I like the design, man. The whole design. I like it. Even if it's an old or whatever. But yeah, just have it like, blue and red with like silver or something in the back or something. I think that looked great.
It's definitely changed. It's modernized now.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be sweet. I like that though.
So I would wear the shit out of that myself. I really would. I'm telling you, I'd rock the hell out of that.
I know, it came across last night and I was just like, wow, that is so cool. And then when I found out it was like from a stylist, I was like, wow, that is amazing.
Right.
Very talented. Thank you so much for doing that. I'm
seriously.
sure it took a while.
That was sweet of her.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. That's awesome, Elbow. Seriously. What did that? Wait,
the vintage feel.
Hello. Dago, I got a fun surprise coming at you. Oh, okay. Well, cool. I wish I could get a hat made because I like hats, and that's what I want to do is make up the True Crime Cafe hat thing. My daughter-in-law is the one that's doing my merch, and we haven't really talked about any of that other than the cup and the t-shirts yet. So I don't know. Something I want to figure out.
I got an evil hat.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I didn't know you had that.
Yeah, I got a merch store that has all sorts of stuff, and then what I do with my merch is I kind of set up like a offline StreamYard.
Yeah.
And I also make a logo with their YouTube name and a little like Dre has a little butterfly coming off her name on her merch. Some of her merch. So I make a logo for their YouTube name. So their YouTube name is on the merch as well. And then I have my logo. I have like all different versions of different colors and schemes of the logo. So
right.
You can have whatever color you want. Huh?
Is the link in here for your drop your link so I can go check it out real fast?
Yeah, man. Yeah, and
I would definitely rock some of your shit, bro.
Yeah, dude, and then you could send me a logo and I'll put Dago on it too, bro. Like that's why when I do my merch, I know that, really the cut is like so crazy small, but it's fine. I want it to be able to be something that you could, have for the show or whatever. And so if anybody does order, I always tell them to hit me up so we can get together on an offline StreamYard. I actually screen share me creating the merch item for you, and you totally tell me how big, where you want it, like how you want it, the colors. It's totally that way. It's totally what you want before you go to purchase it, because I understand how expensive it is. And so I want to make sure I make it as personable as possible, because I know that the times are hard, money's tough, and I want people to be able to really feel like, yeah, it is a little bit expensive. I understand the cut's small, but at the same time, I do want to
it's personalized.
Support.
It's personalized.
Right.
And the fact that you do it yourself, that says a whole hell of a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I haven't put too many. I mean, and I can show it on screen share. I haven't put too many items up recently just because I've been so busy with all this, but I do have some new stuff. I have like a peace, positivity, and progress logo. So it's a peace sign that is a 3 and a P together.
Yeah. Okay.
from a peace sign. So that's a logo that I made, and I'm gonna be working on that too, for the merch store. So it's gonna be a peace sign, but it has a 3 and a P on it. So that'll be
Okay.
something I'll be adding. Then I'm definitely gonna have to try and figure out how to do the that uniform T-shirt.
Right.
So this is so yeah. When if you want to see what a custom item looks like, you can just see like Cherry's T-shirt. Cassie, she got an Evil CJ Show T-shirt.
Yeah, I
Dre,
see
she
these
got a
now.
T-shirt. Kid Kitty got a hat. I got different hats
Okay.
available. Like I said, you reach out to me, anybody, and we totally
The mugs.
customize. You get your
The mugs, like the coffee mugs, those are pretty dope, dude. The one that has like your face on the side of it, I
Yeah.
like that. That's cool shit. I definitely will probably. I'm gonna get one of
yeah,
those.
I have stickers. There's stickers.
Yeah, I see all that. I went in on my
Let's
other
see here.
my
Yeah,
other
there's
shirt.
blankets, stickers.
CJ's Angel. I love
Yeah, I
that.
got
Dude. That's,
yeah, that's what
I'm
I call my mods, the ladies. I call them CJ's Angels. So they have their own logo. And
right.
anybody can get a CJ's Angel t-shirt if you want,
Right.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's funny
you
because
can
initially,
it's for the back.
right, with the wings and all that. That's cool.
Mhm.
Initially when I first started, people were calling my mods, because they were all female at that time, Dago's Angels or Dago's Dolls. That a lot of them didn't like that. I'm like, yeah, we're not gonna do that. So we just settled in
Yeah.
on everybody being meatballs. So it's
Yeah. Well, it's like Charlie's Angels, but I'm not Charlie, I'm
right,
CJ.
right.
That's where that
No,
came
that's
from.
cool. Dude, you can get phone
Yeah, but
cases. That's pretty badass.
that goes on the back of a t-shirt and then or a hoodie, and then you can have your own YouTube name or whatever on the front, however big you want it. Zip up, no zip, whatever you want,
Yeah, that's good stuff,
But
bro. I like this.
yeah, and then that way the screen share offline only takes a half an hour. We just create it together, and then I put it up on the store, and then it's available for you. It's what you want, how you want, and
Okay.
especially with the cost. You know what I'm saying? I think everybody deserves to have completely customizable. If they're going to show
Sure.
support, let's support you too, because you're the one that reached out to purchase one of these items. So let's get your name on it too.
That's a great idea.
That's
I
what I,
like that.
that's what I liked about it.
Yeah,
I
that's a
said
good
that's
idea.
what I liked about it.
I thought about doing that to my daughter-in-law. Actually, is like I said, she's the one that's going to be doing it. We had talked about doing like T-shirts that look like jerseys that are set up in that style, and then when somebody orders one,
Yeah.
it'll have either the show name on the front for me or one of my meatball sayings or something like that, and then their name. I was going to have their name customized on the back like a jersey would. That way,
Yeah.
it's personal for you. That's what my plan was to do. I like that too, though. It kind
Yeah,
of makes
that's cool.
that's where I think we've been talking about doing it like that, to make them like jersey type. It's going to be a T-shirt, but it's going to look like a jersey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like mine's gonna look like that uniform, The
Yeah, right.
I like
the
what
uniform. Yeah.
I like what Brandy just said. She said, "I'm a spicy doll."
Yeah, that's what they are. It's Brandy. She's been with me from
Right there.
probably
Sorry, it's
my
kind of getting
second.
choppy for me.
You all right?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's like
I don't hear you.
I don't know. It's kind of
Oh,
getting
okay.
choppy. Do you hear me now? All right. Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause there's
Yeah.
storms
Yeah, we can
rolling
hear
through. All right. Sorry about that.
Right. Yeah,
I
Brandy's
did-
been a mod with me since probably my first month in. Yeah, I
She
think
said
the
a year.
older mods. Yeah, it's been over a year actually. I started in February, not this past February, but the February before, and so she was with me from I think she came in around April of that year, so it's over a year.
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh, I'm gonna get down and chat. So it was nice talking.
Well, thank you for hopping up.
It was good to meet
You're
you.
welcome.
And thank you for
Good to
the
meet you,
items
sir.
on there that I could show everybody too.
Right.
Thank
That's
you
cool
for
stuff. I
getting
love
those.
that.
Yeah, she got a couple things from the store, so I appreciate it.
I got a really nice. I got a nice zip up hoodie. I got the baseball cap.
Hey, the hoodie's nice. I'm looking at that now. That's really cool.
And they are very nice. I was very impressed when I got it.
That's not bad. $45 for that.
Well,
Personalized
my
like that.
favorite.
That's really good, dude. I
and
like that.
they're Kib Kitty, you got one. They're really soft too. I've heard
Yeah.
they're very comfortable as well. I need to get one. I need to get my hat first. But my favorite one, this is like my true crime hoodie, because this, I don't know, I just love this logo with this hoodie. But I just want to show this real quick. And Dago, I got the link for the Stream Elements if you want to check it out.
That's what I just
go
went in.
through. And okay.
Yeah, that one I like
it's
a
very,
lot.
It's awesome.
It
It's
is. I like the
awesome.
black and red.
This
I
is
like that
like
a
my
lot.
true crime hoodie. Yeah, it's got the red letters, and then there's like a red haze behind the letters, so it's kind of like foggy, but it's crisp at the same time. It's
that's sweet,
my
dude.
favorite.
I like that a lot.
My favorite one so I plan on doing more with that one right there. It just gives that, especially, the logo and the weird lettering and shit. It just kind of makes it like creepy,
Right.
So that was
Right. Is that like
kind of thinking about it, but
is that embroidered or is that like inked into it?
no, that's print. What's embroidered is the caps, the ball caps.
Yeah.
Some of those other items, those are, and those are cool because when you go to create a custom item, right? You like the hat. Let me zoom in on the hat, because you actually get to pick for each word, you get to pick the different thread color.
Oh, okay.
You get to pick the different thread color. So when you zoom in on here, see it's embroidered, right? But the Evil CJ red logo I just showed you, and then she got Kib Kitty with like I can't remember what that blue color is, but yeah, you actually get to pick like the different colors as well for the stitching. So
that's pretty sweet.
The t-shirts are print, and then like the hats, and then there's a bunch of other items I didn't even make.
Let me ask you this: Do you have the availability to get fitted hats like the one you're wearing?
Not that there's snapbacks, and then there's also the versions where they have like the strip.
Yeah, the strap. Okay.
So
that's typically what I wear.
It's like the strap. Yeah, I wish I could get a fitted hat, because that's what I wear too. I don't wear snapbacks or anything like that.
Me either.
But I plan on just taking my
like
logo into a hat store, at a sports
I
store,
like
and
it
having
because
them
I
put
can
the logo
adjust
on it.
it.
Yeah, a lot of
the
those
straps.
they're adjustable.
Okay, I will.
But yeah,
talk
that's
to
the
you guys
store.
later.
Oh,
Thank
dude,
you.
you have
Appreciate
beanies
you hopping
too.
up.
That I will do for a
Yeah.
fact.
Yeah, I mean, and it's very user friendly as well.
I wouldn't mind getting a
you know,
beanie that's black with that emblem like you have on your hoodie there, that with that red.
Yeah, dude, I could even make, because Cherry does my logos, and we can even get
Okay. Yeah, a black beanie with that bright red, that blood red, with your name across it, and then I throw my name on the side of the beanie or something, you know, like that'd be cool as shit. I would wear that all the time. Advertise your show. Sweet. Oh, wait a minute. Go back up. What is that right there? Stop. That green? No, you went down too far. Come back up slow. Keep going. What happened? Did you just drop off, bro? Uh-oh. What happened here? Oh, shit. I think we lost him, guys. They got storms rolling in there again. I think we just lost him. Damn it. Ah, well, you got me. Welcome to the Evil CJ show, everybody. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that. I think I would too. I would love that. Let's stay in here for a little bit. No power. Okay. Be right back on. Okay. Power back on. All right. Yeah, let's not leave them yet. Yeah, that's fine. Let's just wait for him. Bobby J, good to see you. Yeah, it's been over a year. That's right, Brandy. But you know, no, I was going to, and my granddaughter is here, and I ended up having to watch her from like, I just got done watching her, so I wouldn't have had time to do it. So I had to cancel that for tonight. What is up, Phantasmic? Good to see you. Detective Meow, good to see you as well. Thunder rolls and a lightning strikes, right? All right, guys, what's happening? What's happening? You guys all having a good night? There he is. Come on back, brother. Yeah, SRB, good to see you. Oh, did he drop off again? It's all right. We wait for him. There he is. Welcome back, bro.
This is freaking crazy.
Happens to the best of us, dude. I've been through it a few times.
Dang, I appreciate you fucking taking the hammer, man. Shit.
Oh, no, anything for you, brother. You know that.
Fuck. I mean, I got a little screen that I was a little technical difficulty screen because the power grids suck around here. But I didn't know what was going on, so I saw you chatting, man. I appreciate you doing it.
Oh, anything, man. I would never let anybody. No, because I know you do it for me too. So.
Holy crap.
Willow says you have really been thick with the talent of our true crime creators. Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess so. Sorry about that, guys. everybody's been coming to me lately, and I appreciate that because I think we all need to support each other, and that's what's been happening, and I love it. I mean, minus a couple different. Okay, everybody's hugging me. What's up, little one? Minus just a couple communities around it. It doesn't really matter at that point. Good night, Miss CC, the sweetest lady on the internet. We love you so very much, my dear.
Been storms everywhere.
It was supposed to hit us, which, we're right down underneath you guys. So
I'm surprised because I heard about the smoke over there.
Yeah, it's bad. Today it wasn't as bad, but yesterday was horrible.
Has it been warm as shit? Good night. Good night, CC. Thanks for hanging out. A few chatters are asking for discussion. Yeah. Here, let me refresh. No, I didn't reset the network like you're supposed to. I just let that shit come back on. So
yeah, it never went off really, but
yeah, I apologize if it gets a little choppy or whatever. But let me see here. Oh, it just flickered again.
Yeah, if it happens, it happens, brother. I mean, I'll float you until you come back, and if you don't, things happen. I had it happen right at the beginning of a big live stream one day, and I couldn't come back on.
Possible hurricanes. Wow.
Really?
Had a show.
It's that time of year.
Dago, I became a subscriber. Oh, awesome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyd. I appreciate you, sir.
Yeah.
It's great to see that.
Let me see. If anybody would like to hop up, you're more than welcome. Phantasmic Ether.
Where is it?
I thank you to and your creators you collab with are growing in the coming months. That's more truth.
I thank you too and your creators.
Oh, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, it's all right. They're going to be growing in the coming months as more truth about this case comes out. Well, I know I'm not going anywhere, and I'm pretty sure CJ's not going anywhere. So not until we get some truth out of this one for sure.
And plus some of these other cases too.
Yeah, that's
that Florida 4 case.
Right.
Yeah,
that's a big one. And I just got into that. So yeah.
Shout out Meowzadong and Kathy. Thank you so much.
Right.
Meowzadong. That I was like, wow, wow. Like Meowzadong. Yeah, I'll be doing another episode on that soon. You got one coming up? Oh, you're on mute, buddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna do another one. It won't be as in depth. I'm just gonna do like a refresher on that one. I'm gonna do it every so often just to keep it hot. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't think this case is so simple. I don't either.
No,
it's very complex.
Sadly,
it
yeah.
is.
There's Sarge.
I'm sure there's going to be some. Come on up here, Sarge. I'm sure there's going to be some, because I was listening to different parts of your show, man, and Sleuthy and
well, that whole thing that Sarge put out was really impressive to me to think about as far as how they got Brian's name with the transfer DNA situation. It just was like, we talked about it early this morning in Discord before I even went live with it. And it wasn't something I was planning until this morning. And I'm like, I have to let them hear this. I have to explain this to them because it's like really impressive. And because a lot of people are like, how? So if there's no connection, then how the hell is his DNA on this sheath? And the way Sarge explains it, it explains that you can do this without even Brian having to touch that sheath. And I was like, damn. Okay.
Well, it's like I was talking about my coffee cup. You pick up the coffee cup, then I pick it up, then I touch this microphone. Your touch transfer is on my microphone, even though you didn't even fucking touch it.
Right.
And we watched that part from Sergeant and Tommy. Thank you again for the link. We watched that, CC Moore thing, and she said it right there. Thank you again for that link, Sergeant Tommy, again, because that was that episode was very eye-opening. I even shared it on a community post because that it needed to be shared. And
We
what's
need-
up, Unravel?
We need more of that stuff to be able to put out there that links to this stuff. You know what I mean? And I really like that thing with CC Moore. It was great. Hey, Unravel.
That was a great stream. Those people were on point with the issues that are so important here.
You were too, man.
They do what the media's not doing. They explain what transfer DNA is.
Yes.
And that's something that if the public were conscious of what that really was, then they would be giving pause to the story they're hearing.
Yes.
No?
Oh,
what was it earlier? I was pointing out to Daniel that
Where'd she
nobody
go?
looks at this guy as a regular Joe. They don't take anything he's ever done or accomplished and frame it in the context of his trying to get his way through life like the rest of us.
Yeah.
What they do is they take everything Brian's done and they frame it around the murders.
Yeah.
So everything this kid's ever done, from the way he puts on his shoes to the way his smirk is to his
just like the
job,
pictures.
it's all
of the
around-
cars.
all this- yeah.
Or the
Everything he's done is to
surveillance.
be a killer. You know,
You can da. Like that's you can't, place all of these different surveillances and two different ones at the same time. Give me the stock photo of the DeLorean, please. And the same times in two different locations, it's the same thing. You can piece any of it together when give me a you're going to tell me that there's surveillance going through Pullman, downtown Pullman, the Nevada and Stadium intersection. It's lit up. You got cameras in all directions and
nothing.
Oh,
Yeah.
and that's just Pullman. That's not even the busy streets you drove around in. Forget the side streets going down residential neighborhoods, right? Forget that shit. I'm talking the major intersections or busy streets that would be lit up and have surveillance. I mean, come on.
You know
now.
what else is
Not
tragic
Ridge Road.
is when people tend to forget quite readily things that were being told them, and when they talked about all of the cell phone pings, and Daniel's good at this, in that he doesn't remember that was framed as proof he was stalking them. You see, that was the argument that was being put forward to the public. And in fact, now we find out from his attorney's motion, he had no contact whatsoever in any way, shape, or form with those victims, right? So now people still want to rely on this idea about cell phone pings. But wait a minute. The whole purpose of the cell phone pings was to prove he was stalking them to kill them. Everything this guy did was to go kill people. He got that education. He went to that school. He drove that. Oh my! And now it's like they still hold on to these theories that the cops gave them. But the theories were supported by an explanation that now we know to be 100% untrue. And yet people still can't break away from accepting this lie. They still try to rationalize to themselves that this conspiracy theory in the PCA that was built by the media and expounded upon by all these talking heads online, all of those things were wrong.
Yeah. I mean, I've said it the other night. Like when I said I got sucked into it too in the very beginning when he was arrested. I read the PCA. You can go back to the show. It was an afternoon show on the day he was arrested. I read the PCA right there. I said there was holes. I did get sucked into all the narratives that you're talking about all of these different things that were being put out as truth and fact that would lead you to want a firing squad to be voted in and for this guy and all this other shit that's been discussed in the past. But as time goes on and you realize that shit don't make sense, I'm not going to be the dude that sits there and goes, yep, guilty as fuck. No, I'm the guy that's sometimes looked at as an outcast because I question bullshit.
I did 5 years.
I mean, I had personal friends turn their back on me because I questioned the bullshit that was given to us.
I did 5 years of intense research, and there had to be 20 plus gigabytes of documents that I reviewed, okay, and stored. And I've since deleted it all. But I bought a terabyte drive to store data on, just for the research I was doing. Okay.
Is Ravel up here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're muted.
And when I came into the Brian Koberger, when I read that PCA for the first time, when I saw this case, and I really given true crime just a glance. I never ever did anything but true crime before. But when I read the PCA and I said to myself, this just doesn't make sense. Okay. It just didn't.
Since day one.
From the
Yeah,
moment
never
I read it, then I jumped
from
into
day
different
one.
channels. I forget who I ended up with. I tried listening to the lawyer.
But you gotta trust that, because at the time, yeah, the shit didn't make sense. But you have to, in my mind, I'm like, okay, I trust
law enforcement, right?
even
Yeah,
though
I
it
did.
didn't make sense, I'm still gonna trust it. But as
Well, we're
shit
supposed to.
started coming out, and you started to like explore it more and more and more with other people's thoughts, theories, and opinions, and then all of a sudden, it's like,
Well,
nah.
being a reformed criminal, when
What's
I
up,
read the
Ken?
statement that turning off your phone is consistent with what criminals do before they commit a crime, when I read that, I knew something was wrong, because that's a story that isn't describing an act of an accused perpetrator, because you can't prove he did that. Nothing indicates he in fact did that. And then when you look at the times that his phone went off and came back on, yeah, it's long before the crimes were ever committed. They said it happened after 4:04 in the morning. His phone went off at 2:47 a.m. So in other words, how do you fill in these blanks? When I read that, immediately I took interest in this case, because a cop telling a theory, he theorized that Brian did that. He doesn't know. And when you arrest somebody, you have to have a factual basis to do so, and that just isn't fact. What that statement said.
Phantasmic ether. I was head first, knees deep, ass up, down in that case. Still am. I'm not like active with it right this moment, but I'm going back to it and doing a refresher soon, because I am definitely not happy with the end results that they've thrown at me on that one.
And I've never looked at it.
What's up, Unravel?
You know what's crazy? The Kylie Rodney case is very close to the situation in Idaho too.
I haven't really. I just watched a couple YouTubers do some stuff on it, but I never.
Right.
There was something else that was going on. I can't remember what it was.
Earlier on, I was telling Dago in his chat room, the only way that I can take complicated stuff and simplify it, but the only way I can do that is through talking to others. My mind works in such a way that I have to say what I'm thinking and accept corrections where I'm wrong, because Jules corrected me on a few things. Some of my ideas of what's going on here have completely changed, but only through the.
I would love to have her on.
Yeah, through the ability
She'll
to
do
talk
it.
to you.
I still have no problem with that.
I would love to have her on. Like, she's one of my favorites out of a lot of people. Like, she's one of my favorites.
She's super intelligent. She's very, very
methodical,
educated, and she's very, very logical about everything.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely makes you think.
What's up, Unravel?
What'd you say, hon?
She definitely makes you think.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, she, just like Sarge just said, she's made me go back. Like, we go to each other. She'll come to me. She'll like, Dago, what do you think about this, and that? And I'm like, yeah, but what do you think about this and this? And we kind of help each other through it. She's got 2 degrees in criminology, folks. So I'm like, she's my go-to, period, and she does it in a logical way. If it doesn't make sense, even though they're saying that, she's like, no, we're going to look at it this way and find out what it actually means. So I love Joel to death.
Oh yeah, me too. Hey, go ahead and say something again, Unravel. I turned your microphone up in the settings.
Oh, does it sound bad? Because I can switch devices.
There you go.
Is that better? Is that better, everybody?
Way better.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah, it's been quite a journey with this case, and eye-opening to see the differing points of view because of the perception. Where there's a big number of us that are questioning all the things that should be questioned, even professionals like Cece on that show. Those people they're not streamers like you and me, in essence. They're actually professionals in the field, right? And they're coming up with the same questions and objections and concerns that we've been coming up with for a month and a half, 2 months, 3 months, right?
Yeah, right.
So it gives you.
Sorry.
Say that again.
Go ahead.
I just don't understand why they came up with Brian.
Yeah, that's the biggest question I have, is how did they get to him?
Well, I don't know if you were in my stream today, Rabble. If you don't mind me calling you Rabble.
It's actually Kelly, but Unravel, it doesn't matter, either one.
Okay.
Thank you for coming up too.
Can I answer that or no?
Well, that's what I'm getting ready to say. Sarge, I had Sarge come up on the panel this morning and tell, like, a variation of a theory that really does make some kind of sense, and you can variate that into different situations that go back to that same theory. So yeah, go for it, Sarge.
Yeah, so Brian being for his PhD in criminology, and WSU is a world-renowned lab when it comes to genetics and DNA and biology and things of that nature, and they've worked closely with the police departments in both states and other states, and you have to not guess, you have to know. That means Brian interacted with the people in that kind of field. You see, Brian didn't hang out with people that were going bowling unless they were people that were bowling from the genealogy lab or from the criminology department.
Right.
You see, so it's my supposition that his interaction with these people is how they came in contact with transfer DNA on that sheaf. Not because Brian ever touched it. Brian may never even have known that knife sheaf existed, and he doesn't need to know that. All he needs is for him to be in a position where he's around people that handled that evidence or worked in the lab where it was tested, and his transfer DNA could have easily gotten on that sheaf. And in that situation, it makes a lot of sense, only because it tells you a lot more about reality. Brian was in that school. Brian was a teacher's assistant. Did he teach any of those people that worked in any of those labs or were volunteers at that lab? Did he date any of them girls? There's so many unanswered questions.
Did he sell
because
the knife?
We've been told that everything Brian Koberger ever did was to create himself into a perfect murderer, right? So that his education doesn't mean education. The way the media tells us, his education is about learning how to kill people. But when you stand back and look at him, just take him and set him aside. Is it possible Brian's just a normal everyday guy? And if he is, what would a normal everyday guy in his life, what would he encounter? And he would counter situations that could actually 100% positively place his transfer DNA in a lab. Additionally, Brian was very interested in this case. So even more so, from November 13th until the DNA analysis, was Brian Koberger heavily involved discussing this with people that were actually connected to the case, either directly or indirectly through boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, wives.
Good point, Ether.
There's so many possibilities.
And there's so many ways his transfer DNA, because of that class he was taking, because of his PhD, put him in proximity. And the last thing I want to point out is this. Ann Taylor is seeking not just what the results are, but who did the testing, who handled it, where did they go to school,
right,
and what their qualifications are. She's asking questions about
There's a reason for it. There's a
not
reason
the
for
DNA.
it.
And why is she concerned about the people? And my summation is simple, because Brian Koberger's exculpatory evidence is he had contact with some of those people.
Yes.
In the normal course of his day, not because he was some sneaky criminal. He's like the garbage man that comes home with garbage on the bottom of his boot. I mean, you wouldn't be surprised.
DNA.
Right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be surprised there's garbage on his boot. Or he's like one of those guys that went to lunch with one of his friends, and there's a remnants of garbage in that guy's car. Right? That his friend the garbage man left. Just like
you could even say it's because he likes
stuff.
Skittles. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right.
You could come up with so many different things. Good night, shine like a diamond. I appreciate you so much.
I really think that we need to give this kid the chance to look at him as an average person, and what situations would that average person encounter, and could those situations lead to his transfer DNA being present? And I vote a resounding yes.
And also, I was just gonna say, also, Rabble, if you think about that, like what Sarge just said, based on the fact that Ann dropped what documents she did, said that there was absolutely zero contact or zero DNA with anything that he had. There was zero connection for him. What else makes any kind of sense? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I understand the whole innocent thing, but I understand.
I'm not saying he's innocent.
No, I don't mean it like that. But I understand that part of it, and I get it. But then you have to think if he actually is guilty.
Oh yeah. And we look at it that way too. If he's actually guilty,
Yeah.
Sarge.
Yeah.
If he's
In
actually
any of
guilty,
my
can you
shows.
lock him out here.
Right. Well, when you look at the motions of the defense, it doesn't look like he's guilty. She said that there's not only is there no DNA, but no explanation as to why there's no DNA. In other words, you didn't find DNA, and you didn't find cleaning solutions to show he even removed it.
What needs to happen with this, okay, is that
We need
As of right now.
what needs to happen is the defense is going to have to present what they've already presented in a sense. Now, here's what prosecution's going to have to come in, and they're going to have to disprove the fact that he had no connection to this, okay? Now, if they don't have anything other than what we've seen already, there's no way they're going to be able to do that, okay? So they're in turn, in my opinion at least, this is just an opinion from me and nothing else, if they can't disprove what the defense has shown as far as there not being any connection, any DNA, any of that stuff, then Brian Kohberger, in essence, is innocent of that crime, okay?
It's like
If this is what they only have.
Right. That's what
and
I'm saying.
That's what I've said in all of my shows. I've never said he was innocent either. In any of my shows, I've always said there could be less, there could be more.
Yes.
Right.
We don't know until trial.
Now,
well, I just want to know why is it BK and not Joe Schmo when it comes to this touch transfer? That's my biggest question, because honestly, when you look at everything else that they have shown, and then with the documents that came out to everybody Thursday and Friday, it makes you wonder, okay, well, the stuff that we were shown isn't necessarily driving.
Right.
So then that's where you have to start questioning, because to sit there and say that every case is 100% done the way it's supposed to be, you can't.
Right.
And there's always a 1% chance for everything, no matter what.
They keep
and that
pushing
could be
DNA.
that could be that 1% chance is all I'm saying. And that's what we're questioning. We've never questioned saying that he's totally innocent.
No.
Because there's a reason that his name's connected. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason.
Yeah.
As I've always
for sure.
And it's that touch DNA that everybody assumes means he touched something. And maybe not you particularly,
Right.
but you see, that term is inaccurate. It's transfer DNA.
But
You
we're
shed
talking quadruple
500
murder.
500 million microscopic skin cells, 5,700 a second fall off your body every day. That's what transfer DNA is. So if you go to a gas pump and... What?
Say that again, hon.
Was it touch?
Transfer. It's called touch DNA is the
Touch
same
transfer.
thing. Transfer.
Yeah, and I'm explaining it to you.
I just say both.
Every human being in the world loses 500 million microscopic skin cells a day. Anything you touch leaves a trace of your DNA. And somebody that comes behind you at a gas pump and picks up that gas pump handle can get and does get your DNA on them. They then could go pick up a bottle of Bud Light, and your transfer DNA ends up on that bottle of Bud Light. That's why it's called transfer DNA. It's microscopic skin cells, and they can be moved around by other people. The fact that they're calling it touch DNA is misleading. It leads you to believe that he had to have touched that knife sheath, and that's completely inaccurate. That's completely wrong. That DNA could be on that knife sheath from he didn't even know who touched the knife sheaths. It could have actually been he was at a gas pump and the killer came in later and used the same gas pump and picked up Brian's touch DNA.
Just like I'm talking about the
it's-
coffee cup.
That's why we're saying it's not whether he's innocent or guilty. It's that they're not explaining to us the truth and the facts. They're just using terms that give everybody this blown up idea he's got to be guilty because there's DNA there. Well, no, this DNA is not like spit or semen or blood or sweat. This is microscopic skin particles that are carried around by cats, dogs, people, things you
Earlier
touch,
in my show, I showed this sheet that I've been showing everybody that I have, okay? And we talked about the fact that Brian, first off, is a germaphobe to start with, okay?
Go ahead and show it, Dago. I'm going to zoom in on you real quick.
All right. So thank you for doing that, by the way.
Yeah.
I should do that when I do it on my own stream. So it's not exact same sheath, but you're going to get what I'm trying to show you on here. So here and here is where they're saying that this DNA supposedly is, either in here or inside the snap. Somebody had asked a question yesterday and said, if there is DNA in this, why is there no fingerprint? Okay, it's a great question. Now, Brian is a germaphobe, as I said, and typically anybody that is going to commit a crime in this type of field, or in this sort, I should say, I'm sorry, wrong thing, but is going to wear gloves. Okay, gloves.
Well,
So, what's that, hon?
he does wear gloves.
Right.
So he has-
So if you're wearing a glove and you're touching this, okay, there's no probability that you're going to leave a fingerprint, on there, let alone any kind of DNA, such as dead skin cells, anything like that, because the glove is a barrier, right? And people say, well, if the glove breaks, this and everything, yeah, whatever. Okay, that's the problem with Brian Koberger being the person he is. If this glove broke, he put another one on. If that one broke, he put two of them on. That's just the type of person that comes off to be as me. So what this, in a sense, states is that to get DNA in here, you have to typically open this, which is you're going to scrape your finger across it on the side or whatever, and it's going to drop off something in here possibly as well, okay? Now, what Sarge has explained and what we were talking about, which is why it's kind of mind-blowing, is that this, okay, is something that had to have been carried into that house in some sense, but it ended up with his DNA on it. If he's wearing a glove, you're not going to get any fingerprints or anything on this. So how did his DNA get on that? Okay, so in a sense, what he explained is that can happen without him ever having to touch this, ever.
And that's why I don't touch other people's weapons other than my own. People
Yeah,
think I'm weird because they're like, seriously, you don't want to check it out? I'm like, fuck no, I don't want to touch it, dude.
Because then you got that all over here.
I'll touch my own, but I ain't touching nobody
If
else's.
they go commit a crime with that and CJ's DNA and fingerprints are all over that, guess who gets hit for that crime?
I'm not doing it. People
Right.
think
But
I'm
if they
weird.
had a glove, then they had to have had a fingerprint in it.
But that's what I'm saying. There isn't any. Okay, because he had
DNA
gloves
doesn't
on.
require a fingerprint. That whole word you need to train yourself to call it transfer DNA.
It's
because
20 spin cells.
I'm talking about
calling it
inside
touch
the
DNA
glove.
is terrible. It's called a
So
glove. Okay.
what the end result of what we're talking about though is the fact that Brian never. I'm not going to say this happened this way. I'm saying in theory, Brian never touched this. Never. He never personally touched this, but his DNA is on it. Okay. And the way Sarge explains that is based on what he said. He didn't have to touch it. He touched something else that in turn somebody else touched, which in turn put his DNA on that after they touched the sheet.
Imagine if we don't know why she's asking for all this pertinent information, specific information about all the people that touched evidence.
Right.
She's not questioning the evidence, and that's very unusual. So
yes,
they came out and said 5.38 octillion to 1. It can't be anybody but Brian. And we agree with that. That touch DNA is Brian's. What we don't agree with is that it can only have been placed there by Brian. That's the misconception the public has bought because of the three letters DNA. And this particular form, just so you know, this particular type of DNA used to be called clown DNA because it's everywhere. Everybody deposits DNA everywhere they go.
Well, and it's used to get people off.
Yes, more so.
In cold cases or
If there were multiple touch DNA sources at the scene related to Brian Koberger,
Not
multiple
convict.
sources, then I would swear that he had to have committed the crimes because you can't have multiple sources. So
Or
if
if
there
there's
was some
real
on the
DNA.
body, there was some on the door handle, there was some on the knife sheet, there was some on the sliding glass window. Oh, then oh come on. But
there's
he
a
was wearing
reason.
gloves or something. And he got touch DNA around that house, and he's never
Even the
been in that
gloves-
house before. Then you would have to say he's guilty. But you
Like,
need more
I
than one
think-
single source.
The gloves, even the black ones he wears are like mechanic gloves, aren't they? And the blue ones are medical.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Like these ones here, these are well, they can all be used for anything. This is a medical, like surgical type glove.
Yeah.
Okay, it's made a little different. I believe what he wears or wore was a nitrile glove. They're quite a bit thicker. Okay.
But mechanics usually wear them so they don't
And
get
yeah,
used.
they're black. They can be black and stuff like
I
that's
used
my-
to use them for a job, I worked at before, the padding around them and stuff, and they got the grip to them.
And EMS will use them too because they have a grip to them and they're
Protective.
very much so, and they don't rip and break as easy as what
Right.
these blue ones do.
Right.
And I would venture to say, in the with the education he's got, being also the germaphobe scenario, he wants something that he knows is going to be sturdy like that, that won't rip, that won't break, that he doesn't have to, you know what I mean? I mean, not that matters right now, but like I'm saying, that makes a whole hell of a lot of sense to me in this situation, because if Ann Taylor once again is saying that there's no DNA in the car, there's no DNA in his house, his apartment, his office, at the school, that's impossible to me. If you killed
the victim's DNA, yeah.
Yeah, not the victim's DNA. If you did that, I don't care how clean you are, how meticulous you are. I don't care if you dextered everything, okay? Meaning drop plastic or a Tyvek suit, any of that stuff. You're gonna miss something. And there's nothing. There's nothing. And not to mention that she said there's absolutely no connection on any other side.
A lot of these struggles and discussions would be really mitigated had the media and anybody that was in charge had a microphone in their mouth, talking to 50 million viewers, said
the propaganda.
Keep in mind that touch DNA is transfer DNA, and explain it like I do. They tell the truth about it. If people all knew that DNA, that you shed DNA everywhere you go, and that other people can get it on them and move it to places you've never been, people wouldn't be so hell-bent on Brian Kohlberg had to be the only guy that could do this.
Oh, and you say touch, think there's oil.
Say that again.
No oil.
When you say touch DNA, it makes you think oil. I mean, you touch.
Right. That's why you can't call it touch. It's transfer. It's transfer.
They're
from
misleading the public with that term. They really are. They're doing us all a disservice.
You're transferring it from one surface or one person to another surface or another.
She should watch that CC video. You should.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. Were you in there yesterday when we watched that video with CC Moore, Rabble?
Was I? No, I don't think so.
We watched it a couple of nights ago.
No, there's like a 30-minute video or so that describes exactly.
I still have it. We can play it again. Awesome. Yeah, we can play it again. I even made a highlight about it.
Pick it up 15 minutes forward.
Yeah, I wouldn't play the whole thing. Just that one extra.
No, I'm just playing what we played before.
Yeah. This is
I already told everybody in the beginning I'm not going to play the whole thing.
This should be blasted across the mainstream media, because listen, all people are innocent until proven guilty. And if you're going to describe this stuff as like DNA, like normal DNA that you find at a crime scene that identifies somebody, then yeah, this guy did it. But this type of DNA that they're using is so far away from that. It's like comparing an apple to a great white whale. They're not even the same thing.
More, right?
Pardon?
We're not going to know yet if they have more.
Yes, we would know, because the defense attorney has already filed a motion stating that the DNA results show no victim DNA on anything Brian Kohlberger possessed. In addition, she said there's no explanation why there's none of the victim DNA on anything Brian did. No cleaning solutions are mentioned. There's no argument that he cleaned his car. The prosecutors already handed that over to the defense. And
the only thing that could happen, though, and don't forget this either, Sarge. The only thing that could happen is if the FBI or ISP were to miraculously come over and hand something over and say, "Oh, look what we found." That could happen.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I don't think it'll happen either. I'm just saying that is a possibility. So, keep that back here. But I don't see that happening. And, a lot of people argue that. Well, we don't know everything they have. I think we do.
I think
that's my opinion, but I think we do.
Well, I think your opinion is based on what his lawyer's filing tells you, that they've been given the results with her.
Yeah.
Well, I just hope, since they are charging him with DP, and all this other stuff, I hope they have more. Because if they don't, the fact that they've had this person locked up this long based off of Christmas stockings, that's totally wrong. I hope they have more information, especially if they've had him locked up for DP.
And you guys need to understand something.
Or going after DP.
CJ and Rory and me and Sarge and everybody else that is on this bandwagon, as it's been called, the reason why we're so passionate about doing what we're doing is because they're throwing the death penalty at this kid. That's permanent, guys. That's the end of life. You're done. There's nothing after that. Okay. And to make that decision to end somebody's life, it has to be real. It has to be true. It has to be real justice. Okay. if, like I said, I've said this 1,001 times. CJ has said this. Sarge has said this. We are not pro Koberger. We're not Koberger lovers. We are pro truth. Okay.
Yeah.
If this kid did this and they do find a way to prove it with concrete proof, we will all be standing in the same line saying, hang him, be done with it. He deserves it. We're all in that boat. Until that happens, we can't.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that somebody's guilty when I don't even know the evidence to show their guilt.
Right.
Well, not only that, just so you know, the presumption of guilt has been given to us by a media that's framed everything that's been proven to be wrong. All the pings in that area prior to the killings were said to be Brian Koberger stalking. Ann Taylor confirmed that there's no electronic connection between him. He had no knowledge of these people, nor they of him. Okay? So all of that accusation, his car pings prove he's a stalker, is a lie. The IDs that they found in Pennsylvania connected to the crime scene, it's a lie. You know, and here's the so when you see all
I
of
don't
these
know if
things.
I go on what Ann Taylor's saying though.
What?
Say that again.
I don't know if I'd go on everything what Ann Taylor's saying.
Why wouldn't you accept a legal filing that she swears to under oath? I mean, this legal filing
not
on behalf
allowed to
of the
lie
motion,
about
she
No,
can't make
I'm
this
not,
stuff
saying
up.
I'm not saying that at all. It's what the only thing she knows right now.
Well, that based on what she herself has said,
Cast data is for the cell phone locations.
they've given her everything.
Cell phone.
And the prosecution, as I call her Olive Oil, the one that was speaking in the hearing the other day, is she says we've given her everything we have. Okay, so
you got to take these people's words for it. And when
You have
someone
to take
files a
what they're
legal
saying.
motion to a court, you
That's what-
can't.
You have to
can't
tell the
say you're-
truth. Yeah.
You can't say Brian Koberger was on the moon at the time
Yeah.
of the murders, and the prosecution has to defend he wasn't.
Yeah,
because that's a
it's
lie.
not a it's not a press conference.
Here's why.
They have so much. She has so much to look through.
Yeah, most of it's video.
Well, if
evidence.
you're talking video, I mean, I wouldn't even look at the video first. I'd be going through other stuff.
I'd
Yeah,
be going through
because it's
test
physical
results.
evidence. Physical evidence is
Yeah.
what's going to be the most important scenario in this. The video, like I said the other day, they're saying 51 terabytes. That does sound like a lot, okay? But understand what most of that probably is. We have 4 victims that had 4 phones, okay? And these are college kids, so their phones probably contained every version of what social media exists. So
Well,
all
I'm
of
sure computers too.
all of that, okay, Brian's phone, all of that, anybody else that surrounds this case with all of their info, there's probably a little bit of video maybe from the neighbor's house or whatever else, but if there was something that stated that Brian Koberger was on video getting out of his car or walking into that house, we'd have known about that right away. That would have been the big one.
Yeah.
That would have said, there he is. That's why we know he's
Yeah.
guilty. Here
Right.
it is. We haven't seen that. Okay.
Right.
So
Or the picture of a vehicle with a license plate or a dent or a
Well,
missing
how about
hubcap or
if-
something.
If the rumors in the media were
You-
true, for instance,
You can
if
do it
his-
for Amber Alerts.
If
Why
his
not?
attorney didn't bring any of the stuff up about his DNA being found anywhere else, or about none of the victim DNA, she wouldn't have mentioned that. She's got the report that there's no DNA in his car, his apartment, his house, his office. She's got that report,
She
right?
doesn't have the FBI report.
Pardon?
Do what?
She doesn't have the FBI report.
there is no FBI report. That's why.
But that's got nothing to do with the testing they did in Brian Koberger's car. See, all of the stuff that was done to DNA to see if the victim's DNA connected to Brian through Brian's possessions came up nothing. She couldn't tell you that if it weren't true.
Well, she asked for the report in the
And
hearing.
was
though.
given the report on the car. Well, did you search my client's car? We did. What did you find? Nothing.
And
Well, no, she was asking for the report for the information.
There isn't one. Remember? There's
Right.
no-
Yeah, I know. But she was asking for that report though, and they couldn't offer it.
That's another
Because-
problem. The FBI's
right.
information wasn't supposed to be used in the PCA.
Yeah, they
And here-
said
That's why they didn't keep track of what they did. They deleted everything, and we were all astounded that the FBI
that
did
was that was some
Clearly-
of the info.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Clearly, the FBI did what they did because what they were doing was not for legal production. That's why the FBI didn't keep records, folks. They didn't throw it away to be sneaky and hide. They did a genealogical tree on that DNA and told the prosecutors and the investigators
Not to use it.
that DNA
Right.
in court or
Right.
for a warrant, and they went and did it.
That's
Anyway.
exactly it right there. That's what a lot of people are not understanding is the FBI said, don't use this for this case. And that's the first thing.
Use it for the case, but don't use it for legal proceedings.
That's what I
Yeah,
meant.
because you're not because
Use
you
it to
can
find your
only
suspect.
search so many possibilities when you are LE when it comes to going that route to obtain a tree or a path to the suspect when it comes to the DNA.
And there's another little piece of evidence. I'm sorry, CJ. I hate to do this because I forget things if I don't say it. Gotta love ADHD. If you,
I have it too, man.
So that's what the problem is. All three of us are bouncing off each other.
Notebook.
Yeah. Right.
Then I don't forget.
Another piece of evidence or another piece of information a lot of people didn't know that Lana from Truth and Transparency clarified today. And she goes and she foyers whatever she wants. She gets it the right way. She gets the real shit from it, okay? And she asked questions about how long was the FBI in Pennsylvania before he was arrested. Now, what were we told? It was a boom, boom, boom. They were there, right? They figured it out. They went, they grabbed him, they were out. That's what they told us. They were there for 2 weeks. 2 weeks before they arrested him. What's that about?
And unravel, look at everything that we've been shown. For instance, you see pictures of them taking photographs of tire marks in front of the crime scene, right? Well, why would you then let your suspect drive 1,500 miles on those tires? Those tires on that Elantra are on millions of mid-side cars. Ford, Honda, Kia, you name it, Chevy Cruises. That's the most common tire in America. And you telling me that you took photographs of that and then let the guy tear them tires up for 1,800 miles? They're never going to match your photograph. What kind of an investigator are you? Are you an idiot?
No.
How do you let that guy do that? Why would you collect evidence and then not try to secure? Why don't you get a tire print from Brian? Throw water down where he drives and then come by and take a picture after he goes through the water. There's a million ways you could have investigated this guy, and they didn't do it.
They didn't.
They just arrested him. Said he, yeah, they just arrested
I mean,
him.
we've discussed,
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's stuff we've discussed. You know what I'm saying?
That they did was the opposite of what they were supposed to or should have done. Okay, why is that?
As far as we know, you know what I'm saying?
And that's another thing. Like, there's multiple people. Okay, I just noticed in your chat over here, somebody mentioned a name and it reminded me of something. Don Daniels. Okay, as the assistant chief in Pullman, right? That's Don Daniels. Right, there it is. Thank you, Heavy Metal. Refused to use it for the search warrant because she knows it's bullshit. It's bogus. Okay? It's not something you can use. That being said, that is why if you read the court docs that they're stating that they were trying to redact that, to pull that as I'm tired tonight, folks. I'm trying to think of the right words. They're taking the sheath, the DNA thing out of the case for court hearing.
Right.
For the court.
Yeah, how they obtained it.
Right.
Basically, the records is what she's asking for, and that's why they say, because it was in the previous one, they said that they weren't going to give it. They didn't feel they needed to offer it because they weren't going to use it anyway.
Right, because they know they can't. They know they can't because it doesn't stand up. It's not strong enough. Now, if you take what she said also in that hearing, Ravel, I'm sorry, that the sorry about that.
You can tell me whatever.
I'm just this.
Please speak more too, if you.
Yes, please. I'm sorry if I'm talking too much.
When we have an open panel, you kind of have to,
just cut me off. Say, shut up, Dago. I'm going to talk now.
Yeah.
But I wanted to say though that when she was talking about those 3 officers that she centered on, out of 120 law enforcement officers, there was 3 she picked, and she's asking for their backgrounds for a reason. Okay, it's not just because I want to know who was involved in this. She picked 3 specific people out of 120 and has specific issues with those 3 for a specific.
My thoughts on that part is okay, so just saying, I'm not saying he is guilty, but I'm just saying could he have already found all this stuff out or knew, because if he was there, could he have already researched all this stuff and found dirt on them?
What do you mean?
In what sense?
Koberger or LE?
I'm talking about Brian. Could he have
Okay.
already found out some dirt on a whole bunch of cops and this is what he's throwing out?
Well, if you take
I
that,
don't know.
what you just said, there's a theory out there that's
Brady
the reason
Bigelow.
why he might have been being, if we go with that theory, framed. That's what the theory is on that he may have been doing something like
But
that to
She's
expose
saying
dirty
something different, though. She's
I'm-
saying that Brian Koberger, with his time, knows something and researched and found something about these guys, and that's why his lawyer's asking for their information. And I think
mean-
that's what she was
He already
saying.
knows. This is part of his plan if he is guilty.
It's possible. However, when she looks for the lab workers and the police, she doesn't just want their information on this case. She wants to know what schools they went to, what training they've had, where they've worked. She wants to know everything about these people because, and that's what prompted me to say it's likely Brian interacted with these people before, during the time of this investigation, or that he was friends with some of the people that did the actual investigative work. And that
Brian
would
is trying
explain
to
his transfer DNA.
Absolutely, commercial zone. That
Why
is what
wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? When you're trying to apply for a position too? I mean, I would, or even afterwards, why wouldn't you try and be buddy, or that's what your career is focusing on in the future.
And
Part of it.
I have a hard time thinking that somebody commits this kind of a upfront and personal crime like this and thought it all out, because I'm sorry, this seems to be too personal and too aggressive and too close quarters to be some guy that spent and drew a roadmap and how he was going to do this and get himself out. Do you know what I mean?
And if you were there that many times, you wouldn't be driving all chaotic there or back. You would know the most strategic. You're definitely not driving through the routes where you're going through downtowns in both cities, and you're going to be caught on surveillance in both spots. You're going to be going the routes where they're not going to notice, because if you don't want to get caught, you're definitely not going to do the things that would get you caught.
And that needs to be thought about like that. You're absolutely right, CJ. Because if Brian Koberger did this,
especially knowing the digital prints that would be left behind.
Yes, his background, his educational background, he would have done, I don't care what anybody says, everything perfect, in my opinion. Both plates would have been off the car. If he would have even taken the car, there would have been no phone involved at all. He'd have left it at home. The sheath definitely would not have been there. All of those things that he knows would not have happened, okay?
Why didn't he steal a fake license plate from a different vehicle and put them on his cars?
I mean, you're talking about, you're talking about a criminal activity. Like you said, why wouldn't they switch it? Why wouldn't whoever did not, you know what I mean? There's people that you research some of these cases, they take the damn plate off, a couple blocks later, they're out there putting it on real quick. I mean, it's to say that the front license plate missing means that means he was there. Who wouldn't?
Well, Sarge, let me ask you a question, Sarge, based on that statement you just put in the chat. Are you still there?
Oh yeah, I'm listening. I'm waiting.
Oh, okay. You said I don't think he was framed. Okay. Explain that on your if you don't mind, if you could explain why you think that.
I find it highly improbable that he would be framed with touch DNA. If you're going to frame somebody, you're going to have something significant there to point the finger at that perp, right? So if I'm going to frame, and I'm not going to say the name of the store, but if I'm going to frame CJ for the crime, then there's going to be significant to show that he was there. That red hat he's always wearing would be at the scene, or something that I could get a Brian's or to get a CJ's to leave behind after I commit the crime and get out of there. Touch DNA.
Time to get a new color hat.
Touch DNA is such an erratic thing that to try to plant touch DNA would be only done in a laboratory. You couldn't take touch DNA and intentionally put it somewhere because it's microscopic. You can't see it. You'd have to do it under a microscope. So
Yeah.
you have to explain, how did the touch DNA get on that sheath? And that's explainable through honest to godness, his educational work, and the people he associated with were involved in this case somehow. Either ancillary, their husband, their wife, their boyfriend, their girlfriend. And these labs that are in his college are top labs. They just got the only person to get some biological element added to consumable meat comes out of WSU. Their labs are top notch. And
That's why he
with
went
the
to school
police.
there.
They work with
That's
all
why
of these crimes and cold cases. So
Right.
there was
Why'd you
also-
send it off, you know?
Yeah, so there was also a grant given to a lab in Idaho that works with WSU. So you know, Brian being in criminology, he would be aware of these people. He'd be interacting with these people. That explains how his DNA could end up there.
Right.
Yeah, that CJ is a menace for that poor local.
Did you see that logo that was just up on the screen?
Thank you, Elbow.
Did you
No.
see that, Sarge?
Mm-mm.
Throw that up.
Oh,
real
you
quick.
didn't? You
No,
didn't see it?
He was blabbing.
I saw it. I thought it was pretty cool.
I want to see it.
You provoked this, by the way, Sarge.
I provoke a lot of things, don't I?
You'll get
Tell
your
me
$2 cut.
That's it. That's your show right there.
I knew
You'll
you'd love
get-
it.
Yeah,
Now
you
down at
get-
the bottom where the signatures, you ought to draw a stick man with a mask.
No, that's who made it for me, man. I was working last night and I got done, and this dropped in my inbox from Elbow, one of my subs, and she did this with a stylus. Can you believe
still
that?
can't get over that. That's
For
crazy.
some of the people in the chat room that don't know, first time I met CJ, I was trying to make an analogy, and I said it would be like if CJ was out robbing 7-Elevens, and then I said it a few times.
Never been to one.
It just stuck. The poor guy became the 7-Eleven bandit of the internet.
Exactly.
All I do is go to work and do my show, baby. That's
But
it.
that would make a really badass T-shirt. I think I love that. So, do you
That'll
have
be coming out in a couple
more
weeks.
sense to you, Unravel? Like as we've explained some of it, does it make any more sense, or are you still kind of?
I mean, I'm gonna watch the video and stuff and try to find out a little bit more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. It does make you see things like, wow, there it is. You know what I mean?
For what they
This is
really
why I
are.
like the conversation.
Say that
This
again.
is why I like the conversation.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And exploring all thoughts, theories, and
Yeah.
opinions. Like, you know,
Yeah.
that's why we say we're not saying he's not part of the crime or didn't commit it or anything. It's just, and you know, when something doesn't make sense, you know what I'm saying? And this stuff should have been out there from the beginning. A lot
Right.
of this information.
How
And
do you feel about the? Oh
go ahead.
no, I'm
No,
sorry.
no, please do. No, please do. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering about the whole they keep saying about the what is it, the informant or I don't whatever.
Well, the informant is not an actual person. You know that,
No,
right?
It could just be where they obtain the information.
Exactly,
Right.
but that's why I think they're throwing us off with that because it could be.
No, it's not. It's already explained what the informant is.
Yeah, they explain that in the document that it's not. That it is based on the family the family tree, the DNA scenario. Is what
And they can't release the names because then, you know, because they didn't literally come forward.
Let me explain it to her in a real simple way. The informant are the people in Brian Koberger's family tree. Technically, because their information was used to identify him, they're informants. They
Right,
not willingly, but you would treat
It's a
them like
legal
informants.
term.
So you don't want to release
Yeah.
all of Brian Koberger's family tree to the public or to the court. That's
But
what
you don't-
that's the informant they're referring to.
No, I understand that part. They keep throwing it out there, but then that's where they go back to is the family tree thing. But you don't think there really is an informant?
No.
No.
It's explained too well. Even the FBI, you got to
Yeah.
watch that thing with Cece, that video. That'll really, if you pay attention, it'll open your eyes about all this DNA stuff.
Yeah.
It'll really.
It's
amaze
just, it's a legal
I
term
get
on
that.
how they obtain the information.
Right.
I do get that part. I understand it. I get the informant on that part, but like, I don't know. I'm thinking, I don't know. How could there not be somebody that didn't see anything?
Yeah.
That too. That too. And how could there, like we said, how could there not be if there's all this 51 terabytes of surveillance, or not all is surveillance, a good chunk is what I mean. If there's all of that, then how come we don't, like, seriously, in an Amber Alert case, in a hit and run, different, somebody got hit and passed, there's gonna be surveillance with some kind of mark, some kind of distinction, something that separates it from the rest of the stock photos, something that you look at, Pullman, Moscow. We've already Google Guide walked around there. You can see all the surveillance that's all over these major streets when you're talking about the inner city. So when it comes to this, you're talking about a quadruple murder, and they're out there in the community, and you can't even release something more than a grainy, and you didn't even release it. It was leaked. A grainy ass photo from a gas station TV of a vehicle that was speeding away. You know what I'm saying? Like, and this is a quadruple murder.
Right. And
this information should have been out there ASAP. The family should have been able to put up a reward ASAP. They should have had a profile ASAP. And they let this community and these young females especially walk around scared to freaking death because they didn't even know if their best friend was the person that could have committed this crime,
Right. And the evidence.
And these kids got to go back to school here soon.
Right. How about the evidence they did
And
put
on the video, they had, you seen how lively it was? There's
Yeah.
tons of kids running around. Someone,
Always. There's
And
so
the-
many people that were over there too. You go on these body cams, and the
Yeah.
amount of people that are there, and a lot of the times they're not even there at the property. They had to have somebody call them on the phone too.
well, even that night, there's people running in the streets and across the field.
Right. Right.
So how,
And it's
there has to be something
no.
else.
And in their presentation to the probable cause arrest warrant, when you talk about a white car on a video that doesn't give you the race of the person driving it, doesn't give you any information about anybody driving it, they can't even identify or even suggest who was driving.
We don't even know if the
Right.
windows are tinted or
They
not.
can't even say that the passenger got in and out and near that location where the crime scene. All they tell you is there's a white car. And the funny thing is, the most popular color vehicle in the United States is white. 25% of all cars and trucks are white. So that white car, they can't place Brian Koberger in it. They can't place the car at the house when the crime scene when the crime happened. They can't place anybody getting out of it in the area of the house. They simply got this car driving around, and that isn't enough to say that's proof it's Brian Koberger. That's just a story about a white car on the night of the murder. Not only that, on the night of the murder, his cell phone shows him at home at 2:47 a.m. until 4:48 a.m. He's not reporting to a network. So does that have to mean he turned it off to commit murders? Couldn't his battery have died? I mean, that's the thing. Everything is framed that this guy is guilty, and you're not allowed to question outside of the box things that need to be questioned. Whose white car was that? We have no evidence it's Brian Koberger's. Whose was it? We'll never know. It's
No,
just some
and
white car.
And you're talking about no DNA of the victims found. You come on now. What did he do? Go hide? No, he didn't go hide in the woods after he committed the crime. The whole time there was no DNA of the victims found in the vehicle, in the apartment, in the home. I
How
like
do you
there,
in the post though?
huh?
What?
There's a post. I don't even. It said something about, and this is like December 13th. What he did with one of the victims, and then it says, "I'll be hiding in the woods in PA." I mean,
Oh,
someone.
the Papa Roger.
No, this is somebody else. Something.
but
I
none of
don't.
those
I had no
accusations,
I think it was Papa Roger, wasn't it, or was it
but none of those
No.
been proven to be connected
Reddit?
to this crime,
No.
right? None of
I
that's
know, but
proven.
how is somebody gonna say in PA in the woods?
It is creepy as hell, that's for
Wasn't
sure.
there some guy in a bicycle or something? Is that what this relates to? A guy in a bicycle?
No,
at night?
no, Sergeant. There was a like a message thread where people were having discussions about the Idaho 4, and there was somebody was saying something, and their response was that the person, you know, will be hiding out in like the shithole woods of PA or something like that. Yeah, and that was definitely like, yeah, it was a Reddit post. It was it. Okay, it was Papa Roger. And yeah, that was definitely creepy as shit because Papa Roger, that's why I've been trying to find my Papa Roger read through that I did in one of my old shows. And I'm horrible with descriptions back then because I read all that shit from beginning to end of every freaking thread and post. And as you're reading it, this is before BK was arrested. And as you're reading it, you're like, holy fuck, how does this dude? He was putting maps up, or he or she was putting maps up there, like timelines, who the victims were, how it went down. Like, I mean, so descriptive. And when anybody would challenge what Papa Roger was saying, Papa Roger would snap back real quick. I mean, and literally like call people out. Like you literally would creep through this. I had heard he had been blocked from the group a couple times because of his responses to people. Like he was literally like he would snap back at you. No, this is how it took. Like definitely creepy. So I understand where you're coming from.
Though wasn't the Papa Rogers issue debunked?
Well, even inside
that it wasn't tied to his email, but you could have a burner phone.
Okay.
You could have a burner email.
Okay. All right. So that may or may not be pertinent to the case. Could have been the killer, or could have been some weirdo.
It's definitely fucking interesting. Right.
How accurate was the information?
Right. And it could have been.
They knew something.
Yeah, exactly. And it was somebody because somebody typed it in there. Who it is, which that would be a great question to have an answer to. And the speculation is that because it is speculation that it wasn't tied to the email. It hasn't came out, so we don't know for sure, but you never know. It could be. It definitely could be. All I know is that somebody typed it and it was creepy as shit, and the details that they put in it were definitely something
relevant
to look at again. Yeah, seriously, that's why I've been trying my ass off to find this old show because I was horrible with descriptions back then. I just, I started my first show and it's been nothing but learning shit on my own. And that show from back then, I don't know where it's at, but there's an episode where I read through the whole thing and I was like, whoa. I'm sorry, what?
I have some pictures on my page.
Yeah, I got screenshots. What, you have a YouTube channel?
Well, I mean, I just post like stuff, like yeah.
Oh, you do?
Kind of, not really, but.
No.
I mean, I have pictures of stuff on there and of the case.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have the screenshots. I was just trying to find the video because I know when I read through it live, it was just reading it for the first time and how freaking creeped out it was. I don't know. As you just kind of sit there and go through it, it's
Techno says
it's crazy.
A screenshot for you, CJ. Just give him the email.
Jesse put up a link for you.
He had a burner, but brought his.
Yeah, but look at Techno. I don't know how to say the name.
Just saying, it's a possibility, Jesse. Do you know for sure that it's not true? That's the same. That's what it is. You don't know if it is or it isn't. It's just saying if you're talking about that being a possibility, if you're talking about Papa Roger being BK, and if it isn't linked to the email, well, then how else could it take place?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it wasn't him, then who was it, and how did they know?
That's the question.
There's also theories about it being more than one person, so maybe it was one of those other persons. That was
Put
Papa
your email
Roger.
in the chat room for TechnoSass. They're going to send you a screenshot of the Papa Roger stuff from 4chan.
I have it. I have
Oh,
the
you have it.
screenshots.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I have the screenshots already.
All right.
I'm not going to go through the screenshots tonight. You're talking about another hour and
Well,
a half,
somebody was
2
offering.
hours, man.
I didn't know you had. Listen, I
No,
didn't know
I've
you had them. Yeah.
no, I said it a couple times already that I had them already. It's just you're talking about that's an episode in its own. I appreciate that though. Techo Days, Tech Oasis.
Yeah.
Susan has a good question too. That is actually an interesting way to look at it, Susan.
Let's see, you never know. It's somebody because somebody typed it in, and the way that the details were like creepy.
Creepy as
Everybody,
hell.
yeah, like you would have to, to say
You'd
that
have
it wasn't
You'd have to be involved somehow to know a lot of that shit.
it just is definitely suspicious, and maybe it was, but it sure did sound like somebody that was connected to it. That's for sure.
Right.
So how they did it, I don't know. We'll find out. Hopefully.
Right. There's just a lot of curiosities, and the responses from the accusations being responded to the defense take all these accusations and kind of throw them in a puddle, and that's really what makes it so interesting. In that there is no one thing that can place Brian Koberger in the house but perception. There's no fact. There's no evidence. And what we all assumed that they had as evidence. Wait till they find DNA in the car. Comes back car clean. No reason. Nothing else to explain why the car is clean. No DNA from the Vicks. No, how about no
coffee cup?
No DNA under their fingernails for the person that did it. How come there's no Koberger fingernail underneath the victim's fingernails for fighting back? So it's so astoundingly crazy, this whole situation.
Yeah, it could be its own show, all the different possibilities.
Yeah, it's insane.
But when, it's the coffee cup thing, you picked it up at a store to maybe purchase it. I walked by, picked it up, brought it home, touched my microphone after I had my hand all over the coffee, and all of a sudden your shit's on my mic and you ain't even been to my house.
Right. That's
that
what's
part
scary
should have
about
been
it.
explained in the very beginning, and all of the stuff that we've had to go over would have been more openly discussed on a wider range of people. More people would have been questioning the things we're questioning if they realized just how insignificant touch DNA and how much reasonable doubt can be built around it. It's insane. That doesn't mean he's innocent. Doesn't mean he's innocent, but it's a big problem. What's that?
I'm sorry, what?
What if the snap was snapped?
What do you mean?
Like what? Okay, you know how if the button was not snapped.
Oh, on the sheath.
Yeah. What if it was snapped though, and his DNA was under it?
Wouldn't matter.
I mean, he definitely could have been. He definitely could have carried it in there and tried to clean it off or something. You know what I'm saying? Like who knows?
No, but that's still.
I'm not saying that he's
DNA
not
from the lab itself.
I'm not saying he's not guilty. I'm
look
saying
at the lab. The lab could have opened the snap. So let's say the snap was closed and they opened it, but they have Koberger's DNA on them, and they transfer it as they're working on the item.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying about the microphone.
Strongly plausible way for this to have happened, especially if he knew anybody in that lab and associated with any of the people that worked that evidence. We don't know that he did or didn't at this point. It's an open
There's
question.
so many possibilities. It could be.
Or if
Yeah.
the glove.
I'm sorry, what?
I was just thinking, or if he touched the glove.
Where did
Well, his
what?
DNA is only in one place for sure. And then there's two other sources of DNA in the crime scene. So now you've got 3 DNAs, Brian Koberger and 2 unknown males in the crime scene. And yet all we have is Brian Koberger charged. Were there more people involved?
I'm more focused on the victim's DNA not being anywhere. That's what I'm more focused on than the sheath. Like, how in the hell is there no victim's DNA anywhere? Would you do? Take a shower and tiptoe around?
No, Cherry.
I mean,
Daniel was talking about something about another case and how he didn't have any DNA on him or anything in the car. Or,
The Porco case.
Yeah, with the axe, and he got in the car and drove away. Yeah, that is possible. You're right. But he didn't struggle with these people. He hit them unawares and took them out with an axe.
Yeah,
right?
and they didn't die right away either.
So you're not talking about somebody in a point-on-point fight with a knife, and you're trying to take someone's life with a knife. Is not easy.
He also had plenty of time to clean himself off if there was
Right.
any. There wasn't the mess that this scene had. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is a unique
had
situation.
2 months.
What'd you say, hon?
BK had 2 months.
Two
Yeah,
what?
Yeah, she's
Two
right.
arms.
So again,
No,
no, she's making a good
2
point.
months.
He had 2 months to clean this stuff, but here's
Oh,
the point.
yeah.
Oh.
Why did they wait so long to arrest and get this guy? Why didn't they bring him in for questioning once they made him a suspect?
Right.
Why didn't they
Especially
investigate Mr. Kohlberger instead of waiting all of that time, let him cross an entire country and then arrest the guy?
Especially if it's just, that small amount on a sheath.
Right. They had enough to question him. Why didn't they ask him
That's
for his
why-
own sample of DNA? And why didn't they go knock on his apartment door and have a talk with him and bring him downtown like a normal human being should be treated?
Well, it's like Ann Taylor stated in that court hearing that we were watching in the beginning. The information she's asking for is information that should lead to an arrest, that should lead to search warrants.
Right. And it was done backwards. They arrested and they got an arrest warrant and then they got search warrants. Right? So all of it now here's a horrible thing.
Why
If
is the body cam searching his apartment screened out,
Yeah, there's
Why is there no body cam in Pennsylvania? Why was
Right.
FDA there for 2 weeks before they arrested him? I mean, these
Right.
things, none of these things make any sense.
Right.
They don't fit the accusation of the crime and place him there. And that's a part of the case that gets, it makes
For a
everybody that looks
quadruple.
at that. We're bad people because we look at facts and we
Right.
question what they're telling us. They say one thing and then something else comes out and proves it wrong. That means they need to be questioned.
So you
Don't
have
tell
to
me,
explore. Yeah, you have to explore the different possibilities. Just because if one of our family members or ourselves were in that position, I'd be damn grateful for that person on YouTube that was trying to. If
Wow.
I'm innocent and I didn't commit that crime, I would be fucking
And
grateful
I
as
want
hell.
to say that this matters a lot. This matters a lot. None of us have talked to Ann Taylor in this room that I'm aware of.
I would
Yet
love
every single motion that Ann Taylor is filing is 100% in line with every question we've been asking since this kid's PCA was released. Every single motion she files for information is consistent with questioning, why did you do this? How did you do this? How did they do that? How did you determine it was his car? How do you know this? How do you know that? And they have no answers on these things, right? The motions are filed and it just contradicts every accusation the police have made. And the only thing that hasn't been contradicted is touch DNA on a sheath, right? That's it. Everything else is garbage.
And that's the most contradictory thing that they have. That's the
Right.
one thing that should be being contradicted because it's
Right.
ridiculous.
Because it's transfer DNA, and if you watch that clip, you'll see how ridiculous that DNA is. We all put out.
Well,
we
it's
all
kind
look
of.
if you remember Pigpen from Charlie Brown, microscopically,
put the link in chat.
that's what we look like as human beings. I promise you, we all look like Pigpen on a microscopic scale. If you could view us walking down the street, you'd be like, "Damn, I'm not walking next to that guy. He's shedding all kinds of DNA." That's how much
Actually-
DNA we shed a day. It's incredible.
I'll put the highlight in chat because actually it plays that specific part.
Yeah.
So I'll just put the highlight in chat, and then it also has the link to the channel as well, so you can go watch the full episode. It's like an hour and 10 minutes.
You're not gonna play that little highlight?
No, man, I'm already 15 past when I was gonna get off already.
Man.
I'll jump down.
But-
It was nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, I'll be on a couple times tomorrow, and I'll be on Friday nights. I'm always on late as shit. So if you're not busy tomorrow night, please hop back on. I would love to have you back on.
I really want you to watch that video too, Travel. It'll really open your eyes to a couple of different things that you've asked about.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious. I'm definitely going to be watching that.
Oh, it's very interesting. Trust
And
me.
these
And
are
then,
they're qualified people. They're not YouTubers that are examining it. These are lawyers and people that testify in court for these specific issues of DNA. So that video is very, very, very informative from professionals.
No,
Yeah.
I'll be watching that. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, you're awesome.
no, I appreciate you for hopping up here.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I would definitely love to hear more from your mind when it comes to a lot of this stuff. It's a great conversation. I appreciate your comfort hopping up here. And please, if you're not busy tomorrow night, hop back up.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Thank you. What's up, Kevin? Sorry, man. It took so long to get to you real quick.
It's all good. Is my mic actually working?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, because I've tried saying a couple things and it's like,
Oh.
I don't know if it's because I'm being quiet or if it was down.
No, I think the mic was down because I don't remember hearing you trying to say nothing, buddy.
I didn't hear anything either.
Yeah.
Must have been me mumbling then. I do that a lot.
You're coming in good and strong here.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Not much. Just running a laser, getting ready for tomorrow.
Well, have you seen this? You know what? Maybe I'll just play this highlight here before I end it. Have you seen the CC Moore about the touch DNA? The conversation about it. Did you see that when we watched it a couple nights ago?
It does
And
not
thank
sound
you again,
familiar.
Sergeant and Tommy. No?
Say what?
No.
I hope that girl is still here that just left.
No, I said if not, she's still gonna see it. So
Yeah.
she's gonna see the same thing we're seeing.
Okay.
And she's more than welcome to hop back up tomorrow night. I'm sure she will. So thank you again, Unravel, and thank you for hanging out in the channel as well. Appreciate your kind words and your thoughts and theories and opinions as well. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and watch this highlight. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm just gonna go ahead and watch this highlight, and then I'm gonna go ahead and end the show. But yeah, definitely. What are you talking about tomorrow, Dago?
Well, we're gonna try to go back again and look back into the past to see stuff that we may have missed. And basically, it's kind of like the way it's been lately. Somebody in chat comes in and they want to talk about something, another creator brings something up like that, then yeah, that's what it's going to be about.
Thank you, Erica.
Between 12 and 12:30 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, as always.
You do an open panel, or I kind of need to go through some stuff too. Yeah.
Yeah, I might. The way it's been going lately, we're not planning on it, and then it ends up being that way. So I very well might. I don't know. We will definitely be doing something for sure, though.
All right. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm covering tomorrow night.
And I'll definitely be back in here tomorrow night if you want me to be.
Well, I am, since we didn't get to last Friday because the papers came out, right, from the defense. So
right.
Tomorrow night we were gonna do Who Wants to Be a Millionaire at the end of the show tomorrow night, and I'm definitely gonna be doing it tomorrow night. You're more than welcome to hop in the panel to be a participant. You're more than welcome to call in. But either way, you're more than welcome to be a participant. We're going to be doing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. You want to hop up there, Dago?
Yeah, I don't mind. Check it out. I've never done it before, so yeah, it sounds like a good time. I'll be here either way to support you. So either way, I'll do anything.
Yeah, if you guys want to hop up. And then I got a new game. It's not a new game. It's an old game that I was going to try and do where you guys help me investigate crime scenes and all this stuff. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the video game LA Noire, but it's an interactive detective game where you actually have to investigate crimes and solve puzzles and interrogate suspects and
Really?
And and you do it. It's all like just check it out. It's called LA Noire, and you can
Where'd you
search
find that
up. It's very. I've had it since 2007, I think, is when it came out. But I've always had it.
It was somewhere around on there.
I think I saw that on the Xbox.
Everybody can help me out.
Yeah. It was. I'm pretty sure it was the original.
It's an old 360 game, and it's something cool that everybody can kind of either we're on panel together investigating, or even people in chat. You guys can help even with interrogating. because you definitely have to. There's different approaches you have to take, and you could definitely pick the wrong approach, and so it affects how the story goes.
That sounds
It
really
affects.
badass.
Yeah, it affects what witnesses, like how much they open up to you. It's very interesting. So that's something I'm going to be adding here soon too. So yeah, LA Noire open panel detectives with chat as well. Everybody can help out with it.
That's really
So,
cool.
You've been talking about that one for a while, dude.
yeah, I have a lot of other stuff going on, man.
I hear you.
We
I
haven't
hear
even
you.
been able to play games lately. So, and that
I
one,
know.
LA Noire is something that would literally be like an hour or two episode because investigating and hell, even interrogating could take you 20 minutes to
Yeah, right.
interrogate a suspect, and you're not even,
Yeah.
so it's yeah, definitely check it out on a YouTube video, LA Noire, and you can see like they used the motion capture for, I mean, they really did do their work when it came to trying to make this as real as possible. Facial
yeah.
movements, I mean, yeah, you guys should check out not the actual gameplay, check out like how they made the actual game and the features that they used and how it reflects and
What's the name
and
of this
how you
game?
invest.
LA
LA Noire. Yeah.
LA Noir.
Yeah.
Noir.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Yeah.
Noire is how
Or
it's
yeah,
spelled.
the E. I'm sorry. Nor. It's called LA Nor.
Yeah. Here, I'll type it in chat.
Yeah, because I remember seeing that when that game came out, and I thought it looked pretty cool. I just never bought it.
I've seen it in the Play Store for or not the Play Store, but you know, the Xbox, Microsoft, whatever store that is.
Yeah. Yeah, I've only played like an hour's worth of it, and I didn't do very good at interrogating, and it just totally took my guy to shit. So I'm like, you know what, this is something that I can do, share with the show, have a panel up there with me. We can all be like, no, I think they're being bold, like we could do it together.
How
And
do
it's
you bring it
something that,
into the stream? How do you do that?
well, there's a way that I stream my Twitch to my StreamYard, which then goes to my YouTube.
Oh, okay. I got
Yeah,
you.
I have this workaround that I do because I was streaming. Because I mean that's how I do Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I use my Xbox, which then goes to my StreamYard, which then goes to YouTube, and it's about a 4-second delay. That's it. So
That's
it's
pretty
not
cool.
bad at all.
I didn't know you could do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's how I do some of my games, like on my Hangouts and shit. If anybody wants to, we just hang out, bullshit, have fun, talk about whatever, and play games and shit. We even used to watch Tales from the Crypt episodes and shit too, just to sit back and have fun. But yeah, check out how the game's made before you actually watch the gameplay, because when you see how I mean, it's crazy for the time back then and the steps and the technology that they were using for this. It's pretty amazing. It really is. So
absolutely.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and play this short real quick, and then I'm gonna hop off, and then I'll be back tomorrow when I get home, man. So I'll be hanging out in your show, man. Once I get off, and
oh yeah, no worries.
Say what's up when I'm home. What'd you say, Sarge?
Don't threaten us with that.
That's what it's about, man. About being around people that just want to enjoy company and conversation. It's like it's when I started my show in the beginning, everybody would refer to it like Cheers, where everybody just comes in, sits down, talks, enjoys their time, has a good time.
Yeah.
You got your normal people that come in, they're your Norms and Cliffs and all that shit. And but everybody, that comes in, you definitely want them to be.
I'm gonna be doing my my once a month show here, where it's kind of like a jam night thing, where I kind of do my DJing thing, play some music, and let everybody just kind of hang out and bullshit and take a break from what we do. So yeah, you got to have that sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And cocktails. I don't drink, but you guys are more than welcome. I'm
Sure.
definitely be enjoying my coffee. That's my favorite beverage.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoy yours too. You know what I'm saying, or whatever that may be. So, yeah, I want to thank you guys. Man, you guys did great today on the show. Great show today, and a lot of great information and thoughts and theories and opinions and facts as well. So. I didn't
Right.
get to check out the whole thing, power going in and out, but
Great. Did you guys know that Jules just posted? 9 minutes ago? Breaking news from Jules.
Hmm?
Breaking news. True crime uploaded. Hunter Johnson calling 911 after finding Zaina and Ethan when summoned by Dylan and Bethany has been confirmed.
Oh, shit. Bingo.
Read it again.
Wow, I'm gonna.
Hunter
Can you put the
Johnson.
link?
Hunter Johnson calling 911 after finding Zaina and Ethan when summoned by Dylan and Bethany confirmed.
Yep, there it is. I see it.
See it? Up.
You want me to?
Oh.
You're looking at it? Okay.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Do me a favor, everybody. And even if the count drops, I don't give a shit. This shit just came out.
You want me to throw it up for you, or you kind of pull it
No,
up?
I can do it. Do me a favor. Go over there and show some love real quick.
Yeah, please.
Go hit the like. Go leave a comment real quick, because you know that generates it, and share it to Facebook or something, and then just come back here real quick. I'll go ahead and kick it.
And you
for
can
a
actually
few-
left click on that link, or right click on that link, and then you can select the menu, open a new tab, and you won't have to sign out of this room. So you can open another window or another without having to sign out from that link. Right click on it and open the menu.
Oh, she must have watched Sleuthy. That's what it was. I think Sleuthy dropped something tonight, and I think that's where that came from. I'm not positive. Don't quote me, but
that may be.
No, you're right, because Sleuthy was coming on at 10 o'clock tonight.
Yep.
So yeah.
And I meant to watch that, so I'm going to be busy late tonight. So I guess we're going to check here. So
I'm gonna have to wait until tomorrow when I go to work. But let me see here 1 second.
I'm gonna have to catch both of them in the morning.
I'm gonna make sure, and then people can have time to go back there and hit the like and all that, and then I'm gonna make sure I can put her handle up there while I play this.
Yeah, Jules is awesome.
She's got 167
Yeah, I
likes
love
at
her.
this point. Or no, you do.
I hope. I can't wait to have her on sometime. I appreciate it.
I'd love to get a panel together with you, me,
real.
her.
She's awesome.
Yeah, she is.
All right, here, give me 1 second. You lost all signal. It's all good, buddy. I'm gonna be ending it after we watch this highlight anyway. I'm already a half hour past, but I'm gonna stay on. That way you can watch this too and hang out with the show. And I'll be back tomorrow, whether it's on Dago's or tomorrow night or whatever. I'll be out. I'll be out there.
Probably going to be reviewing this in the morning too now.
Oh, for sure.
Now I just have different questions.
She's so awesome.
And everybody understand that she's got 2 degrees in criminal science and forensics, folks. So she does not. None of this. She won't put something out unless she knows exactly what.
Hey guys, this is Jules with True Crime Reactions. Earlier today, I jumped on Dago's channel in his live, and I was only in there for a few minutes because I was really, really busy today. And I happened to hop in there around the same time that Daniel with Drunk Turkey was on for a few minutes. Now, Daniel said some things that I wanted to bring to you, because it's kind of a mixture of the rumors from social media and rumors from mainstream media like News Nation, stuff that we've talked about here on YouTube, but apparently coming from the mother of Kaylee, Christy Gonsalves. Now, the 911 call was brought up on the live, and Daniel stated that the person who actually made the 911 call is the person who gave all of the next details I'm going to give you to the Gonsalves family, and I'm guessing to the rest of the families too. But Daniel got this information from Christy when he spoke to her a month ago, however long ago that interview was. But I have more questions after hearing some of the things that he stated today, and I went back and I listened to this little few minutes, probably like 10 times, just to make sure I had the right notes. And I will have a timestamped
I love her.
link to the portion of Dago's live where this is being
She's
talked
awesome.
about in the description box for you guys to go and listen to it for yourself. But what Daniel stated is that the rumor that Ashley Banfeld on News Nation told everyone about how Ethan's best friend Hunter Johnson, was the one that made the 911 call, found the bodies and made the 911 call, was accurate. Now, the story to this, and I'm going to be reading off.
And it's interesting because there was a lot of Hunter J talk for a long ass time too.
Yes, sir.
Of my little notes here.
Since Grub Truck came out.
Hunter J got a call from the girls because they couldn't get a hold of Xana and they couldn't get Xana's door to open. So it was shut and locked, the whole 9. They called Hunter, and Hunter had issues with the door himself, but ended up getting it open. And immediately after Xana's door was busted open and they saw what happened to Xana and Ethan, 911 was called. Now, this is literally just within a handful of minutes.
Well, okay, wait a minute. I did listen to that, but there was so much noise coming from Daniel when he was up there today. I didn't catch everything, which is probably why she listened to it so many times. She just said that Hunter came in and struggled with the door to open the door to go in the room as both doors were locked where all 4 victims were at. Now, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but were we or were we not told? Where did they say that they found Ethan and Xana at? What's up, Molly?
In the bedroom, I believe.
Yeah.
In the bedroom, or was there one of them that was outside of the bedroom in the hallway on the floor?
That was said as well. I don't know if it was ever written down that way as evidence.
Right. But it's been out there though.
Okay, so that was not something that was okay. Dolphin says in Xana's room. Okay, all right, guys. I don't mean to interrupt, but that just like.
I mean, if you look at the 360 tour, even that goes off the, the evidence that's been released, it shows both of them in the room.
Right. Okay, all right. My apologies. Go ahead.
Of Hunter getting there, him able to get through the door, and then 911 being called. Now, the way that I'm taking this situation,
and same here, Michigal, I've heard that the doors were locked too. That's been out there for a long time too.
And that is a weird
behind
detail
after they committed the crime.
Yeah, that's weird to me too.
Mm-hmm. And that's what it makes you wonder. Like to say that they all 4 happened at the same period could also be speculation too, because it could have happened to 2 of them and then 2 of them separate times, which is why the doors might have been locked as well.
There's also another theory, Susie, and I'm not going to tell you what it is, but it was just a discussion we had, and those 2 locked doors fit into a discussion that's kind of horrifying.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm just saying the 2 locked doors. If the doors were locked on both of the scenes, right?
Yeah.
When we're in
Good night,
Discord,
Kitty.
right? I'm not going to say it out loud because then let's Sleuthie. It's her stuff, and I'm not.
On your show, Dago?
Yeah, when she was on his show, she said things that made me come up with an idea, and she was already ahead of that idea.
Okay.
Oh, that. Yeah. I mean, she's not going to care, or she wouldn't have put it out there. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, we were going to go to Discord and talk about it, so I'm not going to say it. Let's do the Jewel thing, and because this will blow the whole place up. We ain't gonna.
Okay, that's fine.
It's getting pretty late for me too.
Yeah.
is that if they're calling Hunter J over to just kind of get through the door, I'm curious as to what the inside of that crime scene actually looked like. We all know that we were questioning the 8-hour delay between the incident and the 911 call, right? And it's become even more concerning that there's an 8-hour delay whenever we've paid more attention to the details from the police, where in the PCA it states that the ending time for the incident itself is at 4:25, but that the suspect vehicle 1 left the crime scene neighborhood 5 minutes prior to that at 4:20. And to me, that tells me that there is some sort of interaction on the roommates' phones that leads the police to believe the incident would have ended around 4:25. So what's on the roommates' phones to make them believe that something had to have made it well known to the roommates there was a problem at that time? Because them claiming that it was per the roommates' phones that they have the ending time of the incident, and now we're hearing that Bethany has apparently exculpatory evidence, and then we have Dylan's firsthand account of her seeing someone. Was there really as much blood as we think there was, at least outside of the bedrooms? Because if you can't get a hold of your roommate, okay, and you're trying to open the door and it's locked, and you're texting her and she's not answering, and you're calling her and she's not answering, if you get on the ground and look underneath the door and you don't see blood, you call a friend. If you look under the door and see what looks like maybe your friend passed out on the floor, probably until you know for sure they're literally just not drunk and passed out and sleeping it off, you call a friend. But if you can't get a hold of your roommate and you're texting her and you're calling her and there's no response and you can't get through the door and you look around and there's no blood, but then you find out that her and her boyfriend are gonzo behind the door, that's questionable to me.
Right.
Because if they would have been trying to get into the door, looking around to see what was going on, or looked underneath the door, as much as we're hearing that this was like a horror movie inside of this house, you would think that the roommates would have seen blood from looking under the doorway if they did. That's just me assuming they did all the things that I think I would do, which would be trying to peek underneath the door. You know, there's usually like a little bit of space, right? If you were to do that and see blood, you would call 911, not someone to come over and try to pop a door open.
Right.
But the way that this is making it seem is as if he really did just get a call from the girls. He showed up, he popped the door open after having issues, saw the bodies, called 911. Now we know that it was an unconscious person that the police were sent to 1122 King Road for. That could have literally just been because there was so much panic and hysteria on the other end of the line that the police really couldn't get out of Hunter what happened. Now, it's curious that they are telling us that the 911 call was made from one of the roommates' phones, because if they called Hunter, Hunter would have had his phone like with him or texted Hunter. However, they contacted Hunter. Hunter would have had a working phone. So it's kind of strange he wouldn't have just used his own phone to call 911, but one of the girls called 911 and then I guess handed Hunter the phone, which is again strange in itself. That I'm not really understanding that part, but details we'll get to later maybe.
Great point.
But I sit here questioning how what they would have seen would have determined what they did next, right? Because like I mentioned, if you don't see blood, cool, you call a friend. If you see blood, you call 911 and get the hell out the house until the cops show up, in my opinion.
Or you try to help.
But then we also heard from Ashley Banfield on News Nation that in this rumor of Hunter being the one that called 911, when he got there and discovered the bodies, he also checked Ethan's pulse, which was always really questionable to me because of what we heard the inside of
the injuries were
like.
Why would you even
exactly?
But then I also remember looking through photos of them removing stuff from the house and not really ever seeing anything that looked like blood or like blood was being covered up to not be seen by the public eye.
What's up, Margaret?
And we know that the latent shoe print wasn't seen until the second processing of the crime scene. And a lot of people believe that the way that the latent shoe print is described and how Amido Black had to be used just to test and see what was actually making the print is a sign of a cleanup.
Exactly.
That's why, to me, if the doors were shut and locked and they're not seeing blood anywhere, for them to be more concerned than to just phone a friend. I mean, honestly, it kind of makes the roommates look a little bit more sketch.
Yeah.
And I'm in no way trying to act like there's not a possibility that Brian Kohberger really is the guy. Okay. I am just waiting for the right puzzle pieces to fit together that show a connection between him and at least one of the six. Okay. Because it doesn't have to be one of the actual victims that Brian Koberger might have a connection to, just for
Yep.
him to have been the one that did this.
There you go.
Okay, people can be very deranged and sadistic and vengeful. Okay.
And we're just bringing puzzle
And
pieces.
lots of different things could make someone react this way. I mean, we literally right now have a story of a man who execution styled his kids out of here. A 7, a 4, and a 3-year-old. Make anything logically make sense about that scenario. It was literally, from my opinion, and this is me giving this based off of personal experience, I feel like that was something that that father was trying to do vengefully towards his wife. People can be killed vengefully for someone else to suffer the rest of their life mourning for. So it doesn't have to be one of the victims, technically, that Brian or whoever the killer is. It doesn't have to be. It could have been any one of the 6. And I'm saying 6 because Ethan is one of the victims, and even though he didn't live there, one of the 6. But then thinking about them making a choice to call a friend instead of the cops, and Ethan apparently having his pulse checked by Hunter instead of Hunter seeing a bloody mess and just knowing. It also goes back to how in the beginning of all of this, and even after Brian's arrest, we've never gotten any verification on how they believed the perpetrator left or entered the home. Now, I know in the PCA, there's some things that sort of allude
I know where
to
she's
the person
going.
going out the back slider. That's not verified. That was something in the PCA that the investigators felt happened after Dylan saw the person in black walking past her towards where the slider was. But Dylan actually never, at least according to the PCA, never saw the person physically leaving the residence.
Right.
Because they have never been able to tell us which way this person left, which was always really questionable to me. Because if you just physically, with a manual weapon, took out 4 people, parts of you, if not all of you, are dripping in fluids.
Right. Thank you.
Can I ask
So
a
how
question?
this person was able to just leave the house without leaving a trail to
Yeah, go ahead. And I'm
Okay.
saying the
Did
roof,
Dylan-
the
did
ladder
Dylan-
could have been involved.
Listen, did Dylan make the call to this guy?
Yeah, they're saying he did. She did.
Dylan herself made this call, and he showed up to rooms that were locked.
That's what they were saying.
Okay, so this is why. Okay, so you guys can make some conclusions from that, right? Can you draw some
Absolutely.
inferences
That's where
from
she's
that?
going, dude.
Yeah. That's what I was talking with Saluthy with earlier.
Yeah, I knew that, and that's where Jules is going. Me and Jules have talked about this a couple times already.
Yeah.
And now that Daniel put that out there today, this pretty much gave her the go ahead with this. Go ahead, CJ. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and yeah, for sure. And I'd love to, on the next episode or something, give me some timestamps or whatever, and I'll go to those certain parts or whatever, man. And
Absolutely, yeah.
I just am not a creator. That's why I didn't want to take and say and discuss what I had talked to her. You know what I mean? Like you and I can talk about stuff and agree to go talk about it, but I'm not like here to break things out of people that have done the work.
Right. No, I get it. And like I said, guy, I know where she's going, and she's right. But
all right, so
go ahead.
That's all I wanted to say, and I appreciate you letting me bump in the video there. Let's see what.
Oh, no problem. No, and it always has been questionable. How in the hell, if this took place, was there nothing going outside? And you can't say that they didn't take a shower. You can't say that they didn't leave through the back patio on the 3rd floor and jump down. You can't say that they didn't walk out that either Ethan and Zaina's bedroom window onto that small portion of the roof right outside the window, or even the living room window, kind of angled over and got there and went down by the ladder. You just don't know.
And it definitely explained this. It definitely could explain the 8-hour gap.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if she's going where I'm pretty sure she's going, as you'll see.
Yeah, great show today, man.
Right.
Oh, I wish I could have been there.
show which way they left out of the house, and there's no sort of trail outside of the house itself that we know of at this point. I am more confused now. I feel like every time we get a little bit more information, it kind of throws like 30 wrenches at the whole thing. But if you wake up and your roommate's not answering and all these things go down and your first reaction is to phone a friend, there must not have been blood noticeable for them to have been like freaking out about enough to call for help. And this is just me assuming this based off of this little detail that I got today listening to Daniel talk about what Christy told him. Now, this also sort of goes to them not really knowing that there was an issue with Maddie and Kaylee until much later. Because whenever the door got opened and they saw what happened to Xana and Ethan, panic and chaos. Okay, panic and chaos. 911 call, cops showing up, not knowing what they were coming into because they thought it was an unconscious person, from not being able to get intelligible details from the caller. And it probably wasn't until Hunter and Dylan and Bethany were like talked to and accounted for and sat down, and a few minutes went by for them to then ask, okay, is there anyone else that lives here? Holy crap, we have 2 roommates on the 3rd floor.
Right.
So if anything, at the least, it went from an unconscious person to a double homicide, and then from a double homicide to a quadruple. But we don't know how long in between it took before first responders realized there's more people upstairs. But then it still makes me question why they wouldn't have gone upstairs, Dylan and Bethany, why they wouldn't have gone upstairs to check on Maddie and Kaylee before calling Hunter J over about Ethan and Xana. So the whole thing about how and when Maddie and Kaylee got found out about, we're going to find that out eventually, I'm sure.
Yes, we
will. But it sounds like the 911 call was literally made just for Xana and Ethan. That's what I'm getting from these details. But again, this is going to be in the description box.
Like
I have it where it should open you right up to a few seconds before this conversation starts. I want you guys to go and give it a listen and then come back here and comment to me what new thoughts you have now.
Great video.
I've got some more thinking to do. Okay.
Great video. Man, I can't wait to have her on here.
I'm gonna jump off, but I want to just make this statement. I have no idea if Dylan Morrison was involved. Dylan Morrison was the only person on earth that could be placed in that crime scene for the entire event, prior, during, after, post, and involved in locating the bodies.
Yes, sir.
Now let me finish.
Yep.
If that person's name was David Morrison, questions would have been asked. We wouldn't have been dissuaded. You're victim shaming. You're this, you're that. These questions don't mean she did anything no more than the things we've saw on Brian's shows that he did anything. But the questions that are sensible, and evaluating them shouldn't be shied away from. How is it that the one person on earth that was there the entire time is also the person to discover the bodies and act on it? Behind the doors were locked?
How nobody saw anybody leave that house.
No one. Right. The description, just so you know, the description of the perpetrator is the most generic description you could possibly give to find nobody. That description you couldn't find your own ass with both hands. Okay.
I made a short about it.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
I made a short.
Yeah. So now you have all of this information, and it paints a picture that then brings you back to the knife sheath. To which I say, what the lawyer's seeking is connections between lab employees and people that Brian Koberger to show that his involvement was none, and that the actual murderer is in fact someone else, and likely, as usual, someone that knew the victims and someone that had easy access to the victims. There's no forced entry. There's no sign of entry or egress from that property by anybody. There's no blood or anything leading out. She had 8 hours to clean herself up and get rid of that knife.
Very likely never left the house.
And we've never been able to spit that out. And I'm saying it out loud now, and I'm sure people are going to make fun of me online. Good, you do all the fun making you want of me, but these questions need to be looked at, right? And that chain of events makes sense if that woman's name was Dave and it was a guy.
Yep.
This conversation would have been had months ago by all of us.
Yep.
I mean, I said it from the beginning. If it was a 40-year-old guy, the conversations would be different. I said that shit back in December.
We have all been floating. We have all been floating this for months now, and nobody has spoke on it because
Shamed.
It's
You've been
taboo.
shamed to be quiet.
It's fucking taboo. Excuse my
You've
language.
been
I'm sorry.
shamed into silence, and that's what I was telling you guys on your streams. You need to start shaming these talking heads for the stories they're telling the public that are lies. These questions. Now look at if we want evidence that somebody was at that crime scene, there's only one person that gave us evidence to prove that they were there. Only one.
Now, here's one more quick fact. It was talked about that Quinn Kelly, who is Dylan Mortensen's boyfriend, was supposedly in Boise, Idaho. Okay? Boise, Idaho is how many hours away from Moscow? Can anybody tell me that right off the get?
Nope.
6 hours, folks. 5 to 6 hours, I believe, if I'm right. Okay? Now, amazingly enough, it was stated through Kim, who nobody wants to believe, through Kim's daughter, that Quinn Kelly was at that house in the first group of people that was there before police. How amazing is that? Nobody said that they saw him come or go, but he was there. Okay?
I've heard that name for a while, yeah.
Yes. If you put that together with the fact that Dylan was there and nobody was seen leaving the house, think about it for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 5-hour, 31-minute drive consisting of 295.1 mile.
There is no way in hell, I don't care how fast he was driving, that he got there in that amount of time to be there.
There's that 8-hour gap, and it was 6 hours until she called the other guy. So
Right.
that would mean she placed the call to him after the crime was committed. Right after. 4:30 in the morning.
He was there.
Add
He
5
was
hours
not.
to that, you bring yourself to what, 9:30 in the morning?
Right. He was not in Boise. He was fucking there, because I'm telling you, when we watched that Banfield video, more than one person has come to me and said that's Quinn Kelly's truck.
Well, if that's true, then we know how the knife was taken off of the property.
Or I'm not
And
going
how
to go
did
there.
BK get tied into it?
Because
the
of
biggest
the
question
connections
right
he
there.
has at the lab, because of
Yeah.
his education of the people he associates with on a daily basis, plus his transfer DNA in areas that could have likely ended up with it on a sheet for a
Let's add one more
We'll
little.
find out. We'll find
Let's
out.
add one more little piece of info to what I just said and what she just said. Okay. There's one other person that was in the PCA stated to have been at that house when this went down, right or wrong. Bethany Funk, right? Are you
Say
guys
that
still
again?
there?
Oh, I
said there-
thought
There was one other person that was stated to have been at that house when this went down besides Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, correct?
Yes.
right. Yeah.
Bethany Funk is petrified to come back to Idaho to testify in this case for some weird ass reason.
She saw something unique to her and was testifying it personally. Maybe what she saw wasn't a naked man, but it was Dylan Morrison's boyfriend.
Thank you.
It's always been a question because it wasn't even put in.
Nope.
So it's always been a question like why the secret grand jury right away? You know, all that other stuff. It's definitely questionable. And there
and-
definitely could be a lot of possibilities.
I have challenged the statement that Dylan has made from the moment we saw that. Sarge just said it is the absolute most generic statement. It almost sounds like it was read off of the dude's driver's license. Am I wrong?
Right.
You
Clad
just
in
look at the
black.
wording of the PCA.
Exactly.
It's not the only spot it's mentioned.
Right. So, and all the other shit that was added to her statement that's garbage, that we know that she only heard a little whimper. And I heard somebody say, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you." Bullshit. It's all bullshit. And I said from the beginning, it sounds to me like a scripted statement.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, she is
All right,
definitely,
everybody.
She's definitely a person that should be questioned and focused upon. These questions need to be asked. And, they, again, we've been shamed not to even question the young women that were there. And I get not victim shaming people. I don't want to hurt people that don't deserve to be hurt. However, this is a horrific incident that
at this
point needs it from the beginning. Questions need to be asked and answered. And the idea that these cops said they cleared all of these people right away is that's
Suspicious as well. Yeah. And then allowed these students to, leave. How can you interview that many students in that short period of time There's obviously students that were gone. Who knows if they even come back? Some of them didn't come back, and they
You're
finished
right.
out with online schooling. So, they wanted to keep that enrollment, and so they
And
they
we've
already
seen,
set up from COVID, so it was right there.
we've seen multiple pictures of Dylan, her boyfriend, people that she's close to. She was very close with Emma Bailey. She wanted to be Emma Bailey. Okay, that was already proven. These people are rough people, all of them, and the crew of people that Quinn is close to, as well as Dylan. We've seen multiple pictures of her in a bikini holding a 9mm gun in her hand, ski masks over their faces and stuff. I mean, come on, guys.
There really is evidence of Dylan Morrison doing that stuff?
What, the pictures? Yeah.
There's a picture. All right, everybody. Well, I gotta hop off. I'm already an hour past, but I wanted to
They're open 24
share that with
hours.
everybody.
CJ, they're
No,
open 24 hours. You got plenty of time.
no, I got a day job I gotta get up for
Right.
too,
This
man.
is why
Oh,
Jules is
I
the queen of our
thought
community,
you were
guys.
planning your
I
next
already,
fight.
I already only get like 3 hours of sleep, so it already cut into that.
I thought you were planning your next heist. That's what I was thinking.
No, I
Yeah,
just
this
work
is
and do
this
my
is
shit.
why this is why Jules is the queen of our community, you guys. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, I appreciate her so much. Jules, anytime, please hop on. Would love to have you.
Jules, I'm gonna say good
All
night.
right. Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate you
Enjoy it
hanging
very
out,
much.
your thoughts, theories, opinions, and
This
information.
was a great show, CJ. This was a great show here.
I
You should
appreciate it,
join
man.
Dago's Discord if you ever get time, CJ.
Oh, dude, I barely even use Discord because that shit just pops off left and right. Most of the time, I just click it to get rid of it, man.
Oh,
It's,
all right.
like, it's so much, dude. Like,
I'll
it's
be
so much.
I'll be setting up investigation channels in
Yeah.
there for things like this. So
Yeah, I tried it out, and that's why I have one. But I tried it out, and with how much little time I already have, it just became too much of a. It takes away too much time from other shit right now until I get that 8 to 4. Then it'll be a little different. I'll have more time to cycle through all information and shit like that. But
absolutely.
All right, you guys all be good. I'm
yeah,
gonna chug
I'll
my
be back
Sprite.
tomorrow.
All right, brother. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, and definitely got to check out some of those points you guys were talking about when it comes to that show you guys had today, man. But
Oh yeah, absolutely, guys. In chat, you guys, thank you all for being
We'll be
here
hanging
tonight and supporting his channel, guys. He deserves it. He's a hard worker, and
Thank
he is
you.
one of the top dogs in this community, as far as I'm concerned.
No,
So
I'm a
I
little guy, man.
appreciate you guys supporting him the way you do and supporting me. I appreciate that as well for me being here. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, folks. I hope to see some of you guys tomorrow around noon 30. You guys have a great night.
Yep, and I'll see you back tomorrow. A whole bunch. We got a lot of shit going on. Plus this weekend too. Got a members only with Joanne and Kara. And we're going to be talking about what's his name? Charles Bronson. We're going to be talking about that case. So we're going to have a little bit of UK flavor in that episode. That'll be a members only, and we'll be doing that Saturday afternoon. So I'll be on this weekend, all weekend, and I got all next week off. So I will be going live that 8 to 4. It might even be 8 to 8 some nights. I'm doing it, baby. I'm doing it. I'll be here all next week. I can't wait.
I got to become
Definitely.
Remind me to become a member. I keep forgetting to do it.
Oh, it's all good, man. We'll be doing that Saturday. But yeah, man, appreciate you. I'll be hanging out if you got it open. Definitely hop up and say what's up if you want. If you're not busy, and come back and hang out tomorrow night. We'll be doing a whole bunch of shit, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Good night, everybody. Thank you for your company, your conversation. I appreciate your support. And even in Dago's chat when I'm at work, I appreciate you. I do see some of you, even though I can't see it all. But I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. So I appreciate you guys too. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Good night, everybody.
System malfunction. Welcome to the Compel.